live here with really civil rights, and hope everyone's doing well. I am Freedom Pulse, and I'm joined today by my commentators. You can introduce
Hello,
yourself.
I am Shaggy. I know a thing or two about this game.
And I'm Jonperi. I'm a avid speedrunner of the SMT games.
Shaggy knows one or two things about the game.
Just a couple of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, without further ado, if this is Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, came out a little over a year ago. It is an updated re-release of SMT5, which was originally a Switch game. With a bunch of gameplay changes and an entirely new story called Canon of Vengeance, and that's what we'll be showcasing for you today. The Canon of Vengeance hard mode category. Which, if we are ready to go, then we can get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So the first very noticeable change from the original game, that is a very unfortunate change for the speedrun, is that you start the run with a 2-minute unskippable cutscene.
Yeah.
This is a path.
There were 0 unskippable cutscenes in vanilla, so this feels kind of bad.
The choices you make will affect the very course.
This is
of
the way that the game introduces the. This is the way the game introduces your canon system. You have Canon of Creation, which is the original story from SMT5, and then you have Canon of Vengeance, which is the newly added one. And they decided to make the cutscene completely unskippable, unless you're playing on New Game Plus. Or if you accidentally press the wrong button and go back to canon selection, it replays the cutscene, but you're given the option to skip the cutscene that time.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I learned that one on accident the other day. I was like, oh, I'm back in this cutscene. Oh, thank goodness I can skip it. So for whatever reason, it decided this is a very important cutscene for us to be watching every single time.
But to a world yet unknown.
Knowing only this.
Will you still take her hand?
So we're going to start this game by committing one of the most vile acts possible, and that is uncensored handholding. And by that very act of uncensored handholding, we have doomed the world to destruction.
Thank you.
Because, you know, everything's perfectly fine in Canon of Creation.
Yeah, like, they're like, oh, the world is doomed or whatever, and it's like, I don't know, have you seen the events of COC? Like,
your decision has hastened the end of the world.
We can only pray that you return to the proper path. That you find your
also,
way
they
back.
say that your decision hastens the end of the world, but Canon of Vengeance is longer than Canon of Creation is. So,
Yeah,
disembodied voices don't know what they're talking about. Alright. And as always, we will name our character after the marathon, but also Bunny.
So in the intro of the game, we kind of find out that there has been weird happenings around Tokyo lately with students going, or people going missing. So there is now a buddy system in place where students are forbidden from leaving the school alone. So you always have to go with a friend.
You heard that talk about it being safer to go home in groups, right?
Do you have
walk
your
with us.
exit buddy? So what's really funny about those voices is that in neither version of the game actually explains who those voices are. In the original, it like kind of made sense because you only ever heard them narrating, so it's like, oh, they're just kind of the voice of the narrators. It's weird, but sure, whatever. But then in Vengeance, they talk directly to you at that cutscene, so it's like, so are they the narrators, or what's going on with that?
Don't question Atlas.
So here we find out that there was a murder in the tunnel that we take to get to our dorm. and that strangely, after hearing about the murder, that a couple of the people that we were walking home with have suddenly vanished. And the younger sister of one of those people has asked us to look for them. And as a result of that, we find another, like, underpass tunnel, and then suddenly there's a cave-in, and now we're just kind of in a desert.
As with 4A, this could be a accurate representation of Arizona as well.
Yeah, this one's another Tucson one, you know, vast empty desert. Actually, this reminds me of my went to RPG Limit Break this last year, and I had to drive through New Mexico to get to Denver, and this reminds me of the drive to Albuquerque. So this time the desert gets to be New Mexico.
If you wish to live, take my hand.
Yeah, don't you hate it when you take a wrong turn and suddenly you end up in the demon apocalypse? Happens to me, like, at least once a month. It's the worst. So, we
You get a
attacked
magical girl transformation like this, too?
Yeah, we... oh, I wish. That would definitely make my day a lot more interesting.
Yeah, we get attacked by demons after going into the demon world, surprise, surprise, and we get rescued by a man who calls himself Aogami, who immediately fuses with us and turns us into this form that's referred to as a Nahabino, and we don't really know what that is yet, but it at least gives us enough strength to fight off the demons attacking us, so that's good.
Not only did we get attacked by demons in the demon world, we got attacked by demons named Demon in the demon world.
Is that actually pronounced demon, or is it like Damon or something like that? Because like D-A-E. I don't know how to pronounce that.
I've always said it Daimon.
I
But I
believe
don't know
both
if that-
either Demon or Damon is correct. It's one of those, like, weird, like, archaic words that's... Yeah, it's... I was gonna say, I think it's still pronounced just Demon. It's just archaic spelling / mythology.
I'm still gonna
thing.
say Damon just to distinguish it from demon.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It is
It's
a very
also-
good distinguisher.
To quote Isabeau, it's also demoning.
Yep. It's always like this. Demons here, demons there. Demons, demons, demons. Matt Damon. I was thinking that, though. So this is your basic tutorial is, oh yeah, by the way, you have a jump button now. Amazing!
Absolutely revolutionary. Like, genuinely, for this
Yeah.
series. It changes a lot.
Unironically, like, actually completely changes traversal.
And we see Tokyo Tower in the distance, which is pretty weird to have Tokyo Tower here, because this does not look like modern day Tokyo.
So here we get introduced to everyone's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max, who is our shopkeeper for the game. He also tells us, hey, by the way, there's a bunch of these like funny little demon creatures called Mimin that I want you to save for me. And we're going to save exactly one of them because it's required.
If this wasn't forced, we wouldn't do it. Well, actually, we might do it because we still want to get Forestall. We might still get this one.
Well, and you get the Amaraki essence for it as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think Memons are just fine collectibles.
Yeah, I think they're fun to collect, and the glory you get from them scales up as you get through the game, so you're not like, wow, I'm in the post game or I'm at the very end of the game and I'm still getting 5 glory. Like, it scales up enough that it feels like it's worth grabbing them casually. And a lot of them are like kind of fun to find. There's like 3 or 4 specific ones that are kind of horribly placed, but for the most part they're just sort of fun to go around and get.
The extra rewards you get are good.
Some environments are a bit tricky to navigate to get them, like in COC Area 3 is one of those where it's difficult to get around if you don't know where you are.
Yeah, I was thinking COC in Area 4, there's the the one that you have to jump off a building to get to, and
Yeah.
or you have to jump
Yeah,
off the top
that
of
as
a
well.
mountain to land onto a building, and then do a jump from the building to another one.
And you have to climb that mountain like
Young man.
three times to get everything, even if you don't make any mistakes.
I think so, yeah, because you have to like jump down every time to.
Yeah.
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 But anyway, we got introduced to
Oh,
demon recruitment there,
okay, we're good.
and we don't have to do too much demon recruitment in this run because it's kind of slow and RNG heavy, so we try to avoid it. But we do need to do some of it.
Hey,
So the
Fredo
way
was
it
nice to
works
me for
is,
once.
yeah, that's good. You talk to the demon, they'll ask you questions, and they like certain answers more than others depending on their personality. There's an element of luck involved because even if they like the answer, they're not guaranteed to respond positively to it, which is kind of annoying. But for the most part, you're more likely to succeed than fail in these early recruits.
I love it when a dialogue prompt works 9 out of 10 times, and then you just get the 1 out of 10 multiple times in a row.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the sticky RNG that I swear this game has.
Oh yeah, if anyone's like played a significant amount of different SMT games, you'll know that whatever Atlas does, like when they make their RNG, it's incredibly sticky. Like you never just miss once. If you're seeded to miss, you're gonna miss like 3 times, or you won't miss at all. Or yeah, you get a lot of the same like dialogue just failing multiple times in a row. It's weird.
So we find a fairy over here who's getting attacked by pretas, and we decide to rescue her. And I don't think she tells us anything useful here. She just kind of leaves.
She's
this fairy is
yeah.
her name is Amanazako. She will have some significance in this story, though not a heck of a lot. Also picking up these things from vending machines called relics that you just sell them for money.
All right, onion chicken, be nice to me.
Yeah, this recruit can be somewhat nasty because Owen Meraki is fairly dangerous.
Okay, onion chicken was kind.
Yeah.
And so far, so good with the recruits.
Yeah. As long as you always give demons what they want, they will join you in this game. They can't scam you like in some of the older games where they take your stuff and just leave. It's only a problem if they either ask for something you don't have or ask for something you don't want to give away. But the early ones are generally fine.
Yeah, you just have, like we mentioned before, some of these demons are very temperamental, and Non Meraki is one that it seems like more often than not, he just kind of gets mad at you and tries to kill you.
What?
Yeah, we get pulled into the world of shadows where we meet Sophia, and she's gonna be helping us with demon fusions in the future and also letting us do essence fusion, which we are going to take advantage of now. So what essences are in this game is you can find chests on the map where, like we just did, and we can then give those skills to our demons or our main character.
Wait. I did that wrong.
Essences can also be used to change the main character's resistances. Once we unlock the ability to do so, you can switch the main character to the resistances of any demon you have the essence for. Essences are one-use resources, however, so you can't switch around your resistances super freely, but you do have a lot of options of what you can use. We're coming up to the first abscess. These are kind of just large objects in the map that have mini boss fights in them. Defeating these mini bosses unlocks certain miracles. Miracles are things you can buy in the world of shadows with glory. There are many Many of them with many different effects. They can say increase the number of skill slots you have.
Well
they can
done.
give you more stock space. They can give you skill affinities for the main character. They can give you experience on fusions. There's many different miracles you can get. That one is mandatory. It's the tutorial one. You can't get past it without defeating it. The rest of them in the game are all optional,
May I have 'em?
but we will be doing some of them because there are some very important miracles that we need. And those Magatsui rails, the kind of grind rails, are new to this, new to Vengeance. We're gonna skip the cutscenes. You don't get to actually see Nahabino grind railing, but they allow usually access to new areas or shortcuts through certain areas. So this little extra area has some stuff we want to pick up, like the gems that are there, as well as this big crystal up here, which gives 50 glory, which is quite a substantial amount. And I think this is Lifestone change that just sell for some money.
Yeah, for reference, getting one Miman at this point would be 5 glory, so it's 10 times for these glory apples, so it's a big amount. Most of your glory is gonna come from picking them up instead of grabbing Miman.
Yeah,
especially in
virtually
this
all of it.
speedrun. Yeah.
I'm going to save here because Glazia was kind of a jerk yesterday in my practice run.
Yeah, he can be.
Yeah, so-
Possibly
So
happened
go
to
ahead.
Tokyo while we
Yeah,
were
we
in
meet
town.
Yuzuru here, who is one of the students that got pulled into the demon world with us, and
What?
then
What?
we'll encounter our first boss fight of the game. It was added to Vengeance, it wasn't in the vanilla version of the game, but it's this giant-looking dog, and also we met Yoko here, who is this girl who we've never seen before.
Yeah, Yoko is the typical Atlas re-release new girl for this game. Every Atlas re-release of a game needs to add one new girl to it. That is Yoko here. We don't know anything about her at this point, but she's going to help us fight this thing. So, bosses in this game have the ability to charge their Magatsui, basically, which means they're charging up for a big attack next turn. In this case, Lavalos there, after charging, every attack on its next turn would be a guaranteed critical hit, which is why you saw Freedom guard with everybody against that, because while guarding, you cannot be critical hit. So you can definitely get away with just YOLOing it and not doing that, but it's probably best to play it safe here.
I usually
And
guard with
then,
2 people there.
Oh yeah, okay, guard with 2 people.
And it just crits you anyway, alright. Cool.
Then yeah, you can just also get a raw crit. So we put Pixie in the party because she has Patra, which cures any ailments. This guy likes to use Mirage, which heavily reduces your accuracy, which is pretty bad, because this game uses the press turn system, so if you miss, you're losing 2 turns, not just 1. So missing is very bad. If you strike an enemy's weakness or get a critical hit, you won't lose a turn, and instead it will start flashing, and you're capable of using it again. If you use this mechanic to its full extent, you can get 8 actions per turn instead of the normal 4 you would get if you don't use it. But if you miss, you lose 2, or if you hit something an enemy nulls, you also lose 2. If you hit something they repel or drain, you will lose all of your press turns, no matter how many you have. All of this applies to the enemies as well, so you can use it. You can take advantage of that defensively. If you can get the enemy to hit something that you null. One more thing I'll note about the press turn system is losing turns takes priority over gaining them. So if you say there's a group of enemies, one of which is weak to fire and one of which is nulls fire, and you use Miragi, which is a fire skill that hits the entire enemy group, you will lose 2 turns, you will not gain a half turn. Which is a pretty important thing in some instances, because you can do things like if you know enemies like to use multi-hit skills, but you want to bring a demon who's weak to that, you can just bring a different demon that nulls that, so you can kind of cover your own weaknesses, which is a pretty important part of this press turn system.
Yeah, that's actually...
Megiddo is generally bad. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, that's actually, like, for people who are very familiar with the Persona games, that is actually a very interesting difference between the two series, is that in Persona, positive games tend to outweigh losses because there's not really any penalties for missing in those games, whereas here, losses outpace games, which is definitely something that can take some adjusting between the two series sometimes.
It makes multi-hit skills like somewhat less powerful, or at least riskier to use, because like if there's 4 enemies and you miss just one of them, you're having the full effect of the miss, so losing 2 turns, which is pretty bad if you're expecting to, you know, gain a half press turn by hitting a weakness.
So here's the other cutscene
also...
that you can't skip in in Vengeance.
This is the demon fusion, aka combining 2 different demons into creating a new one. And MC plays the organ for some reason.
Yeah, the fusion animation in this game is pretty cool. It still pisses me off that you can't skip the first one, because you could do that in vanilla. They full-on just changed that for some reason. But at least you only have to watch one.
I'm lowering the stream rate on your rewatch stream because I'm getting some encoding overload in OBS. Try to load it
fair
like
enough.
load a bit.
That's
So
fine.
here we combine Pixie and Slime into Neko Shogun, who's this funny little cat guy. He's actually gonna be our early game support demon for a decent chunk of the run. He learns all the main debuff skills, Rakunda, Sukunda, and Fangbreaker in this case, which lowers enemies' accuracy, defense, and their attack.
Yeah.
So very essential demon, since buffs in SMT games are generally very strong.
So Demon Fusion is a very important part of this series as a whole. It's kind of self-explanatory. You take 2 demons, fuse them together, and get a new one. The actual mechanics of what demons you get are extremely complicated. You're also able to pass some skills to the fused target. So we passed like Patra to this Neko Shogun, so we can cure ailments. So that there was a Mitama. They are kind of rare enemies. There are some ones that are like fixed spawns, like that one's always there. They just give a large amount of experience as well as some bonus stuff depending on the type. Saki Mitamas gives some relics that sell for quite a bit of money.
Since John's on the call with us, I'm going to save before the Mandrake recruit.
Good call. I know she treated you well in practice, but we'll see.
Nice.
I do not like Mandrake.
Funny,
Yeah,
I never
find
really
that
have
Mandrake's like
problems
the easiest recruit in the game, but
Yeah, it also helps that she mainly uses electric skills, and you have multiple elect nulls in the party. So even if it goes badly, you're not going to die.
and so of course
Thankfully
as
this-
soon as I say she's the easiest recruit in the game,
Goes wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, John vindicated.
There we go. 3 smoke balls.
What is that? Yeah. I don't know if it's even possible to have 3 smoke balls. You can't buy them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. Like, you
At
actually
this
just
point,
can't
yeah.
have them. Yeah. Oh, these are called punishing foes. They are large, overworld enemies that you can fight. They're usually tied to side quests, but we will not be fighting any of them. But if you see large enemies on the map, that's what they are. That guy, Oyamatsumi, is like in his level 40s or something, so if we tried to fight him now, we would absolutely get mobbed.
Yeah. That guy just kind of introduces you to the concept of you can't fight everything you see.
Here.
Here's another Mitama. This is an Ara Mitama. These guys drop items called grimoires, which allow you to level up a demon instantly. They are limited in that you can't level demons up past your main character's level, but they are useful to help demons catch up if they start to fall behind, or if you quickly need one of their skills or something like that.
Yeah, so they are this game's version of the rare candies from Pokemon.
Yeah, but not quite as powerful.
Not quite.
I was gonna say, you definitely can fight everything, but you won't win. You're welcome to go walk into Omatsumi and get smacked on your own time, though.
This tutorial introduces us to the optional sub-quests, but we're gonna be avoiding most of them throughout the entire run.
This game has a lot of side quests. It's very much built around doing side quests instead of... This game doesn't have random encounters like a lot of old games, so you don't have to fight things quite as much. You're more intended to get experience and whatnot through side quests. But side quests are slow, and we're speedrunners. We know how to get experience faster than that or beat things at very low level, so we don't have to do very many of them.
Now, this is called a partner spot. Our demon navigators can occasionally find these spots on the ground, and opening them reveals items or enemy encounters. Some of them are random and some of them are set, so we know that this one always has a Saki Mitama in it, so that's why we always open this one. We get more EXP and a little bit more money.
Yeah, that one always has 2 ice dampeners. We don't ever take any of the random ones because they generally give just trash items and they have a chance to be dangerous encounters. Here's the second abscess we're going to do. This is another mini-boss. So this one is technically optional. However, this one gives the miracle that lets you change the main character's resistances, which is incredibly important. So we are not skipping this one. And that's a very unfortunate charm. Charm has a chance of making you lose your action. Oh, that's... Okay, that was very scary. You should be fine, though.
I forgot that she did
charged up.
It's like hard to tell visually on her model that she has the charge effect, so I was like, wait, shoot.
Either way, that's a tricky spot when MC is charmed and she charged.
Yeah, and you lose the turn, yeah.
You don't have
but you did want
them at this point, right? Oh no, you did.
You should. I don't think.
Someone had.
I would just go to the font that's over there. It's really not that far out of the way.
Someone had some sort of revival skill or something because on Rocky's back.
Oh right,
oh, right. Yoko's
revives demons. Yoko's passive.
So this is everyone's favorite recruit. Get shit.
Hate that shit.
If you play this, oh, that's fine.
You win that. That's like one of the few contests you win. Yeah.
All right, that's the final recruit we're gonna do for the entire run. No more recruits.
Yeah. It was pretty satisfying that we managed to cut it. Like the vanilla run already had very few recruits, and we managed to cut out even more for this.
Now, that item is called an incense. It can increase your demon's skill. So basically your physical or vitality or magic or whatever you want. Yeah. But that was for strength, so that can increase our demon strength. We're gonna be holding on to that. That's not really mandatory to pick up for the route, but it's a nice safety thing to have.
Yeah, the late game is gonna rely on one particular demon doing physical attacks, so giving it more strength just makes you more likely to win.
Yeah, the main reason I grabbed, even though that strength incense is like hardly required for the strength rolls, the reason I grabbed that incense is because it sets up my moon cycles for fusions a little bit better.
Yeah, that is also true. You might end up on Tokyo Tower at full moon if you don't get that.
Yeah, the one time I cut it, I ended up at Tokyo Tower at full moon, and then I think the next fusion I ended up at new. So I was like, all right, yeah, we're.
It also depends kind of on your recruits how they go. If you need to take extra steps because of that, but yeah.
Right.
The reason why doing fusions on full or new is bad is because it makes more likely for fusion accidents to happen, and we do not want fusion accidents ever.
This game has items called dampeners, which give us a shield against a certain type of element for one turn. So you see Frito use a force dampener there, and that basically makes that so the Sudama cannot hit us with any force skills. They're very powerful items that we will use throughout the run for boss fights.
It's worth noting that while dampeners are very cheap, you can only hold 3 of them at a time, so you can't exactly spam them every single turn on longer boss fights. But you can absolutely use them to block critical skills, or if you know, if you have a good idea of what the boss wants to use, you can help protect yourself from it.
Yeah, especially bosses that are from the vanilla, from the original version of the game, tend to have very, very rigid patterns as far as what they do on their Magatsui turns. So it's very once you've played the game a little bit, it's pretty easy to be like, all right, well, they're going to do this on this turn, so we can prepare for that.
Alright, time to do some. Oh, you have a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
Yeah, that looks nice. Gonna prepare a bit for the next upcoming boss fight via using some demons. We got a exposition cutscene earlier with Amanusaku, who said that there's a scary demon at Tokyo Tower, and we are now next to Tokyo Tower, so...
This route doesn't have any element. Well, at this point, we're too low level to fuse an element, so we wouldn't have one anyway, but yes, this route does not use elements. It does not use Magatsui Luck, which... if you're familiar with vanilla runs of this game, sounds like absolute blasphemy. But you simply... it got nerfed a little bit here, and you simply don't need it. What that's Magatsui skill does, by the way, is doubles the amount of experience you get from any fight where you use it. It used to be like an incredibly critical part of the route, but we just don't need it anymore.
It got nerfed, and the EXP you get from Mitama's also got lowered, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it definitely did.
Also, Vengeance overall doesn't need the player to rely on levels as much as the original game, because level scaling was nerfed as well. So there's a lot of reasons why Mitama's and especially Luck is not as critical as it was before. And also this game introduced an alternate way of grinding that vanilla didn't have, so we'll make use of that a little bit later in the run.
So now we come to a rather infamous boss for most people who played this game. It's kind of the first real challenge in the game. It's Hydra. He's got a lot of HP. He's got some fairly nasty fire skills. He's got fire breath. He has multi-hit physical skills. He's just all around like a fairly challenging boss. Thankfully, he does have quite a lot of set patterns in his AI that once you know how they work, can be abused pretty heavily. So the first thing we want to do is we want to do a bunch of damage on this opening turn to try to push him into his first charge phase. So once he takes enough damage, he will always do a normal attack and then charge up. The second thing we want to do is we want to try to push more damage and put up a dark dampener. On his charge turn, he will always use Toxic Breath, which is a dark skill, so we can completely block it. Now, we used our critical turn there to try to push as much damage as possible, because now what we want to do is we want to get him into his second charge phase, which we can do as long as we don't miss here. And so then he will repeat that pattern again. He'll do a normal attack, which having it crit is pretty annoying. But normal attack and then charge. So now again, he's going to use Toxic Breath on his next turn, which we can block with a Dark Dampener. And after that point...
that's fine.
The fight will get a little bit more complicated.
I forgot to swap.
Because now we can't abuse this pattern anymore. Yeah, you can swap. Now it's fine.
So once we get to phase 2 here, which is a little bit over halfway through his HP bar, he will learn some new moves, aka Fire Breath, and
He knows Fire Breath in phase 1, but Yeah.
But yeah, and well, he learns Frenzy, which is the AoE
Yeah.
physical attack.
Yeah,
So
so
once
the
they
phase
hit-
transition is marked by this cutscene. So now he's quite a bit more dangerous because his AI is a lot more random. Okay, there was a Frenzy did crit, but it also missed. So there's an example of what I was talking about earlier. Because he crit, you'd think he'd get another half press turn, but because he also missed, that means he lost his 2 turns. So we double Secunda him, so that's the agility debuff, both so we can try to hit him, but also so that is more likely to happen. Because if he crits and doesn't miss with Frenzy, you're in trouble. So now we want to try to use as many fire dampeners as we can, because while he's not guaranteed to use Fire Breath, he does like to use it. And we do have 2 fire weaknesses in our party, so it's very dangerous. Okay, there's a Fire Breath. So now we're kind of just
I'm just gonna kill him.
in a race against our fire dampeners. Because once we run out, we're kind of at risk of dying.
I guess
So, yeah, you can go for the kill here, I think.
Yeah, should be dead. Unless you miss, of course.
Hopefully kills? Yeah, okay, so that was quite a good fight.
I accidentally passed on Angel's turn there instead of using the Magatoki, but it was still fine.
Yeah, okay. One quick note about items in this game. Demons cannot use items by default. You need to get a miracle, which we will actually never get in this run, and it's fairly late into the game anyway. But demons can't use items. Only the main character and any guest characters can use items. So we had Yoko throwing ice gems for some extra damage there, 'cause she doesn't have ice skills. So that is one thing you need to keep in mind, because, you know, dampeners are items, so they are going to take usually a main character's turn.
Yeah, so now in the story we met a monk named Goko who gave us the item Return Pillar, and now we can fast travel back to the ley line founts that we have touched. And in the story now we are just looking for angels, because we saw one of the angels in the very early cutscene take one of our classmates. We're trying to find them, and we suspect that they have been taken to the Diet building. So we're trying to make our way over there. And that was a Kusimitama. So Kusimitamas give items called Gospels, which increase MC's level by 1. So basically, like a Grimoire that we mentioned earlier, but for the main character.
Yeah, so Gospels are significantly more powerful than Grimoires, because your fusion cap in this game is tied to the main character's level. You can only fuse up to his level. So anytime you can increase his level, you are effectively increasing the level of your whole party. As a result, Gospels are much rarer than Grimoires, so every one we can get is quite valuable.
So now we are reaching this sort of city area. We're gonna do some collecting first and foremost to get more essences that we need for better skills.
Yeah. At this point, we could run straight to the next boss if we want to, but we're not really in a great position to be fighting her. So we're gonna fight a couple more Mitamas, as well as pick up a bunch of stuff in this area to help us out.
There's also a couple abscesses and a bunch of side quests that you can do here, but we're gonna be skipping most of that stuff. We're just gonna get the bare minimum things here.
At this point, there are very few abscesses left that we actually need. Again, if you're familiar with the vanilla speedrun, skipping the 2 abscesses in this area sounds like blasphemy, because they both have extremely important miracles on them, namely... crap, I've forgotten the name of the miracle. What's
Unforgotten Memories.
Thank you, yes. The one that gives you experience in fusions. It allows you to pass experience through fusions. That was heavily nerfed in Vengeance, and again, level scaling is less of an issue, so you just don't need as many levels. So we will skip it. Also,
We're gonna do some
Normally, the other one in this area has. Sorry, I'll let you
no, sorry. You can finish your thoughts.
I was just gonna say that they moved Art of Essences 2 off of the other Abscess, which is the miracle that lets you access more skills out of essences. That's no longer in this area. They moved it way later in the game.
Yeah, that is one miracle that we will need later. So if it was in this area, we would have to fight an abscess here.
The miracle Estoma is in this area, which Estoma allows you to avoid encounters, which in vanilla that's really powerful because it's just a skill you can use basically for free once you get it. But in this game, it costs you some of your Magotsui bar to use, which makes it really terrible and not even worth getting.
Is this demon?
So again, here we'll kind of shift our party around a bit for the next upcoming boss fight, and that's a common theme. Basically, basically before any boss fight, we're kind of fusing more demons and making our party tailored for that specific fight. That's something we're going to do throughout the run.
Yeah, it's the gameplay loop of this game heavily encourages you to fuse new demons as much as you possibly can, because it's not like Pokemon where you can carry the same Pokemon for long periods of time. Here, your demons become pretty irrelevant pretty quickly, so you need to fuse new ones constantly, which is actually a good thing and makes the game a lot more fun, in my opinion.
Yeah, the demons in this game gain, they need more EXP to level up than your MC, so they are constantly gonna be kind of behind the level curve.
They also learn all of the skills they're going to learn relatively quickly, usually within like 3 or 4 levels at most. So once they've learned all their skills, there's not really much reason to keep them around rather than fusing something new. We
also,
fused
Aramasa fans in shambles. I just gave that essence away to Mermaid.
Yeah, Aramasa is a bad skill. It's always been a bad skill. It's just straight up worse than Scratch Dance.
Yep.
So before moving forward, we're gonna do some more collecting. There are some items and things that we want around here. There's a couple good essences, and then there are these things called demon statues that increase the level of our entire party except for MC.
Yeah,
So there are
one
go ahead.
One extra benefit to demon statues is, unlike Grimoire, they are not capped by MC's level. You can, like, Yoko here is level 12. She will get level 13 despite the fact that MC is only level 12. And so will Mermaid and Ovarian. Those statues are one-use things. You can, once you've used them, you can never reactivate them.
Yeah, there's about... How many are there in the game?
13?
13, yeah.
Yeah.
There was 13 in vanilla. I don't know if that's true
I believe it's
here
the same.
because I've same amount. Because we don't use them all anymore. They're not worth getting.
Right.
Yeah, I believe it's 13. I believe Area 3 has the same number in both canons.
Yeah. So there's another demon statue here. So we get quite a few levels by coming over here. We kinda tried to find ways to avoid coming here because it's kinda out of the way, but we're already skipping basically everything, so this was kind of a necessity.
I was never a believer in skipping this area because there's a Kusi here and a bunch of money and 2 statues. It's way too high value.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So yeah, here's another Kusimitama that is guaranteed to spawn in this spot. Most of the gospels, yeah.
This'll do.
Most of the gospels that we get are going to be used in the late game. Just gonna hang on to them for a while.
I believe
All of them on this road, isn't it?
Yeah, all of them actually. Yeah.
Yeah, in vanilla, we would use some gospels earlier just to hit level thresholds because of how aggressive level scaling and such was in that. But yeah, here we hoard all of our gospels till the very end.
Yeah, it's generally a good strategy to do that because, once you're higher level and need more experience for a level, getting a full level from an item is more valuable.
So I actually like grabbing this Aiding Sutra because I found it kind of helps with Succubus's MP versus Kansu.
By all means.
Yeah, you can do that. We did test that though, and it shouldn't make a difference. But yeah, now we are ready for the next boss fight.
I think it sort of depends on Pandemonic luck, because I think with good Pandemonic luck, it's definitely not required, but I was getting some bad luck earlier.
Pandemonic isn't really... You use...
We used dance on that fight.
Yeah, you use dance for Kansu. The Pandemonic luck shouldn't be a factor, but whatever.
Well, I mean, for,
Yeah,
for extra hits from Pandemonic.
Yeah.
Either way.
That doesn't matter with dance, though, on never mind. We can talk about that later.
Yeah.
Right, so this is Nama.
Your anguish shall become the Magatsu.
So Nama is a member of the Kadishtu. The Kadishtu are the main villains of the Canon of Vengeance route. They are kind of... That's
Nice.
a great start.
Very good.
Kind of nasty characters, these ones. We don't really know much about them at this point. Nama kind of just shows up and says, I'm gonna kill you, and then attacks us. So she's pretty annoying because she has a very high dodge rate. She's got an extra passive skill that increases her dodge rate. And she's got a lot of dark skills. She's got a move that has an extremely high chance to charm your whole party, which is why we changed MC's affinities to Null Charm. Otherwise, this fight would be very bad. Though she is weak to physical, except she resists all magic and is weak to physical. She's the main reason we go for a strength build on the main character in the early game. Because, she's definitely the hardest boss. You have to fight her twice, and she's definitely the hardest boss in the early game. So the strategy here is to take advantage of Mermaid's innate skill, Pandemonic Feast. I should describe what that does, because it's something we abuse heavily in this run. So any random hit skills... it will increase the number of hits that they can do by 2. So, for example, Scratch Dance on a single target can normally only hit twice. But if you have Pandemonic, specifically if you've got Pandemonic while under the influence of a Magatsuki skill, it can hit anywhere between 2 and 4 times. So... functionally, it increases the damage of random hit skills by a large amount, at least while you're using a Magatsuki skill, in this case, using a crit turn. So we try to abuse this as much as possible by giving random hit skills, mainly Scratch Dance, because it's by far the strongest one we can access at this point, to everybody. So MC has it, Oberian has it, and then we basically try to stall for a crit turn, use it, and then get massive damage with our Scratch Dances. It's a good strategy. It's a lot of damage, and it's something that will scale even more into later in the game as we get more stuff that synergizes well with it.
Yeah, we're gonna be using it quite a lot, to say the least.
Yeah. Mermaid will be around for a while, and she's not the only one who gets it. We'll eventually have Yakshini, who also gets it. I guess we didn't talk about what innate skills are. They are a new addition to Vengeance. Basically, every demon has some kind of extra passive skill that does some things. Some of them are pretty minor, like they might make fire skills do slightly more damage, or whatever skills do slightly more damage. They might increase affinities of certain skills by a small amount, or they might do...
Might help in negotiation. There's a bunch of different ones.
There's a lot of them. Most of them are pretty minor buffs or kind of situationally useful things, and there's a couple of them like Pandemonic Feast that are just absolutely broken and can be very heavily abused.
Yeah, in the late game they kind of completely break the game apart. But
Yeah, you will get to see it in the late game. But for now, it doesn't look too bad. Pandemonic doesn't. Pandemonic on its own is good, but not that crazy.
And again, we are approaching a new fight, so it is time to fuse.
Yeah, so we're basically just fusing another strong physical demon because, again, we want to use Scratch Dance with Pandemonic. So demons with high strength, like Bicorn, are good. So basically, we fused away our Oberian into a Bicorn so we could pass it Scratch Dance, and then we just bought Oberian back so we have another Scratch Dance user. We're also going to change MC's affinities so he's not weak to fire anymore because the next boss has Miragi. And set up for the next fight. Who wants to talk about Eligor?
Eligor sucks.
Eligor. Yeah, so the next fight is Eligor. He has very strong physical skills, and he has two allies called Andras, and Andras is a demon who has pretty good support abilities, so they can cast Sukukaja on Eligor, which makes him dodge a bit more dodgier. And Eligor also has the skill Maragi, which is an AoE fire skill, which he doesn't use that much. He's by far the scariest thing he can do is Gram Slice, which his AI sort of targets MC with that. So even when his attack is debuffed fully, he can still hit Gram Slice on MC, and it does a lot of damage, especially when it crits. And it does crit a decent bit as well.
Yeah,
Gram Slice has boosted crit rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this fight is a bit of a mess in a lot of ways. It's infamously probably the worst fight in this run because it's just we do a pretty high risk, high reward strategy here. We're going to spend the first turn kind of setting up a bit. We at least have this one skill on Polida called Entangled Tendrils, which debuffs the attack of all of the enemies, as well as has a chance to seal them, although none of the seals hit there, which kind of could suck.
Your turn, go!
And then basically gonna go all in with Scratch Dance on this next turn. And what we really want to happen is we want to kill at least one of the Andras to kind of reduce their damage output. So opening with Miragi is weird and kind of annoying, but nobody died, so we're okay. So we're gonna switch in Mermaid here because we need Pandemonic Feast. So Scratch Dance in a multi-target situation can hit up to 4 times, and with Pandemonic can hit up to 6 times. So each Scratch Dance we're using has a range of 2 to 6 hits. So you can tell that's a pretty massive difference in possible damage output. Okay, so we didn't kill any Andrases, but 2 of them got low, which should be okay. We should be able to finish them off relatively quickly. But you can see how this fight can swing quite a bit. If you manage to seal multiple of the enemies on turn 1, the fight becomes pretty easy. And if you get good Scratch Dance rolls, it'll also be very easy. But if you get bad Scratch Dance rolls, then things can be rough. Okay.
Yeah. It's important for this fight specifically to keep MC topped up on health as well, because in this game, if MC dies, it's game over immediately.
Yeah.
So trying to keep Nahobino at over 100 HP is a good rule of thumb for this fight.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Eligor can one-shot him from even with double attack debuff applied.
Yeah, it's important to keep Eligor double attack debuff.
Oh,
yeah, so there was the Gram Slice crit. You can see that did about 95 damage.
That was through a max debuff, yeah. So without the debuffs or only one debuff on him, he would have absolutely smoked us right there.
Yeah, he full-on one-shots you if you don't...
Oh, this is a bit scary.
Should have healed MC? Okay, that was very risky.
It did not crit, so we're fine.
Yeah, you can feel free to use those here. They're not really that useful anywhere else.
Alright. That went as well as an Eligor fight can go. A bit scary
Yeah,
there at the end, but made it through.
Yeah, once the Andres are dead, as long as you keep MC at full health, you basically can't lose.
Yeah. And keep the buffs up as well. Keep Sekunda and Tarunda applied at all times.
The camera flip the game does there is so weird.
This game has a lot of those camera flips.
It's specifically COV. Anytime like they add a Yoko conversation, they always have you turn around to talk to her and flips the camera from what it is, nor what it really normally would be.
So one interesting addition to Vengeance there's an item called New Testament tablet that we just got for defeating Eligor, and this is an item that allows us to redistribute all of our points at some point. So we have been going strength build so far, but with a New Testament tablet we can respec our character whenever we want. There's a couple of them throughout the game that we can collect.
A very nice addition to this game and makes routing the speedrun a lot more fun, because typically you have to choose what kind of build you're going for early on, and then since you're min-maxing, you gotta stick with that build. But with these items, you can actually be like, oh, you know what, strength is not that good anymore. Like, as soon as we get access to the random target magic skills, which is partway through Area 2, we can be like, oh, I don't want strength anymore, and just switch into magic.
Right, so our search of the students have led us to the diet building, which is the area we're gonna be heading to next. But first we have to do a couple more things, namely fusions and tailoring our party towards the next boss fight. You can tell that this run is kind of a boss rush at some points.
Yeah, you don't have to do a lot of stuff in between bosses usually in this game. Usually it's just like collect what you need for the immediate next boss fight, then move on, which generally isn't that much. Here, what we really need is a demon that nulls charm, not for the next fight, but actually for the fight after that. Since, like I said, essences are one-use things, and we used our null charm essence for Nama, and then we switched off of it because we needed to not be weak to fire for Eligor. So we don't have another source of null charm that we can put on the main character, so instead we're going to fuse Apsaris, who naturally nulls charm, and we'll just use her instead. We're also going to make...
Go ahead.
We're also going to make sure to give her Patra so we can actually, make use of that null charm properly.
Yeah.
We lost your stream.
Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. The stream died, but that's...
Oh.
I mean, in Discord, but okay, that's fine. So for the upcoming fight against Nuva in diet building, we need to have someone with null force, so we gave MC Sudama affinity, so now he's nulling force, which helps us greatly in the next fight. We also gave him the skill Taunt, and what Taunt does in this game is that it kinda draws aggro from enemies to our one specific character, so we gave that to MC, so what we want to happen in this next fight is draw Nuva's attacks to MC, and that way we can end her turns quickly and protect the rest of the party.
It doesn't want to work
Don't-
for some reason.
Yeah, it's fine. Taunt doesn't always guarantee that the enemy will hit us
I didn't
for some reason.
That's fine. It's literally just
Yeah.
instead.
Yeah. So force, Taunt, excuse me, sometimes doesn't work, but it's consistent enough where we can route around it, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that MC will get hit. On the first turn here, Nuva is guaranteed to use the skill Masio, so we'll throw out the Elect Dampener to cover our party. And she's weak to fire, so we'll just lay down all of our fire damage. And we'll keeps setting up a bit. Yeah, that's fine. So the idea with Nuba is just push damage and hope that Taunt doesn't fail, and she keeps hitting MC like that.
Nua has quite a lot of health. She's kind of like the first big fight that's forces you to do MP management properly, because you can easily run out of MP and
Oh god damn it!
Yoko dying.
Yeah, that's a thing that can happen when Taunt gets ignored.
I'm just. I did a dumb thing again that I did yesterday too. Press turn math is hard.
Oh, okay.
Oh, didn't get a force damper up. I see.
Yeah.
Accurate.
All right. The nice thing about this game is that you have.
I messed up when
Oh,
I was
sorry.
doing turn math there because I forgot I wasn't going to get a second turn on MC, and then that didn't get the dampener up.
This game allows you to save anywhere, so usually as long as you do save before a boss fight, you're not losing very much time.
My name is Nua. Prepare to die.
Alright, let's try this again.
This fight
Hopefully
overall
Taunt,
is...
Oh, that was really
Don't
weird. I
mix.
lost both of you for a while.
Oh, are we back?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay, sweet.
Discord.
No, I think we were just being quiet.
Oh, I was
This
gonna
time.
say it's possible. I wouldn't put it past Discord being weird right now. But...
Yeah, this fight overall is not really all that hard. Because usually, even if taunt doesn't work and someone dies, you can recover from it. Because Nua has a really hard time actually killing your main character, because she primarily uses force skills that you're immune to. But you can lose a bunch of time if, multiple of your demons die and you're just stuck playing defensively.
One deceiving thing about Nuba is that her health bar seems very big, but you actually only need to get her halfway through that health bar. But the fight ends at halfway point instead of when her health bar goes completely down.
Yeah, which is really stupid. They shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it's very silly. You can see like new players getting up to this point and being very stressed out because they think they cannot do enough damage to Nuba like ever.
That was me playing vanilla casually, because this fight is way harder in vanilla because of the level scaling, and it feels completely impossible when you look at her health bar and you're like barely scratching it.
Especially with the fact that also in vanilla Hydra's super mega tanky. So then you're just like, oh god, everything's gonna just be super bloated,
It's just
isn't
gonna
it?
get worse and worse. And after this, that's not really a problem. The only other fight I can think of that's like that is Cert.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cert is a pretty beefy boy, but we don't need to worry about Cert in the Canon of Vengeance.
He's not in this vent. Yeah, he's not in this route.
Yeah, so we defeated the Snake Lady, and then we meet this guy Yakumo, and we don't really know what their deal is. We just know a lot of angels got killed in the Diet Building, and there's no sign of our friend.
We do find him up here.
Yeah, well, up here, yeah.
Yeah. He's
Somehow
hiding behind a rock.
Somehow he survived.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't
Everybody
killing
else
humans,
died.
So
Well, yeah, that's true.
And then we find a cylinder that takes us back to... I was about to say the real Tokyo, but I think this is technically not the real Tokyo. It's the fake Tokyo, right?
Yeah, this is technically the fake Tokyo, and the Netherworld desert is actually the real Tokyo.
Yeah, so basically we find out that 20 years prior to the events of this game, that Tokyo got pulled into the Netherworld, and then the creator god basically just recreated a duplicate of Tokyo so that people wouldn't notice that it was gone. But now the demons are all trying to invade the human world Tokyo again because they are hungry for humans Magatsui, and as we'll later find out, also they're looking for something called wisdom. So we agreed to work with this group called Bethel that's basically trying to stop the demons from taking over the world. Or destroying the world, whatever. Yeah.
Bethel is an organization headed up by angels, mainly. Who are not exactly the good guys, but we decide to work with them for now because they're at least not as bad as the demons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically Tao and Yusuru, who are our classmates, are already part of this battle organization.
And then we just go home, go to bed, and go to school the next day like nothing happened, because that's, you know, how Atlas protagonists behave.
And we have a cylinder in our room now.
That's right.
Which is exciting. And then we have a foreshadowing dream where we dream about beautiful women, aka we see the Kadishtu and they spout vague threats at us.
Yeah, vague ranting about God and how much they hate God.
So here the developers in Vanilla realized that they completely didn't develop Miyazu Atsuta as a character at all. So they gave her an optional side quest to help establish her relationship with a character later, and then we just say no to that side quest.
Yeah, it's a complete waste of time. It does force you to engage with that plot arc a little bit later in the game, but you don't have to do this. You don't have to actually learn about what the hell's going on.
Yeah, and your only reward for actually doing that quest is super low value relics. So
yeah. So throughout the game we get these alignment choices, what they are called, and how you answer these choices determine your alignment, and that alignment will determine what ending you will end up getting. So in this run we'll aim towards the chaos ending because of the end game is just a bit quicker and easier on the chaos route. So for speedrun purposes it's a bit more convenient.
Yeah. It only really changes two things. The second last boss is completely different on Law versus Chaos, and the guest character you get is different between the two endings. It's not much of a choice because the Chaos boss fight is easier and you get the better guest character.
Yeah, the second to last fight on Chaos has 60,000 HP, and
It's a colossal amount, and
the low boss fight has 100,000, so that's a 40,000 HP difference between the two, and our setup works better for the Chaos boss fight anyway. So it's just it's not really a big decision to make. We pretty much knew
a choice. Yeah.
We pretty much knew from day one of playing this game that okay, we are playing the Chaos route.
Yeah. The Law fight is not unwinnable by any means, but it would require a lot of specific setup, and it's just a waste of time.
Now, that was a tough day at school. Time to go to bed again.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure would be a shame if
And
someone were to try to kill a bunch of people while we were going through the subway tunnel again.
Yeah.
We cannot allow her to do
oh,
what she
hi, Nama.
pleases. Come, she must be stopped.
And Puppy.
Yeah, so this is the second fight Sheki mentioned earlier with the demon lady called Nama. But this time there's also Glacia Labolas, who is the boss we fought, the very first boss of the game. But this fight is pretty tricky. Nama has her usual moveset of dark attacks, and she can also debuff us. The bigger threat, though, is the puppy, Glacia Labolas, who has very strong physical skills and force skills. So what we want to do is just dish out as much damage as we can with Pandemonic Feast, and then we'll switch to Apsaras, who has Null Charm for this very reason, because we are gonna get charmed because of Nama's unique skill. So this is the strat called Patra Konga line, as one of our fellow speedrunners coined the name, and we'll recover from the charm on everyone, and then we'll hopefully survive this turn. Okay. We are in pretty good
that
shape here.
vitality essence does something.
It really does. So here, when Glacia Labolas is alive, they are guaranteed to use a Force Magatsui skill. So Force Dampener up, and that covers us. And we're in really good shape here. Our plan is to just survive, so our Magatsui bar is full, and then we can go for another round of Pandemonic Feasting here with Mermaid.
There's some pretty bad scratch dance rolls on the first one, but that's not a huge deal. It's in some ways kind of good, because if their HP is a bit higher, they tend to do less threatening things. And really, as long as you can survive to the second scratch dance turn, you're gonna just destroy them. As soon as you get one of them killed, which is basically guaranteed to happen on the second one, yeah, you can just win.
Yeah.
Good fight.
So Pandemonic Feast, when things go well in this fight, it's very trivial, but there are things that they can do that complicate the fight a fair bit.
Yeah. If they kill any of your demons, which can happen, things can spiral out of control really quickly. Like we pick up, like I said, we pick up that Vitality Incense and give it to Oberian, specifically so he can just barely tank, not get one shot by Labolos.
So we
Yeah, it's one
killed
of those-
the Kadishtu's dog, and now it's personal. They want vengeance on us.
Yeah.
Title drop. But yeah, the Nama survives that, so we only killed her puppy.
Who, me?
And then we learn that more demons have invaded Tokyo, and we have to go to the school because, well, the demons have attacked here.
Say thanks.
So the demon leading this attack is named Lamu. What he wants to do here is he's looking for the human who has what's called his knowledge. And the basic idea of what's going on there is if a demon can find their knowledge, they can become a Nahabino like we are, and that gives them the right to ascend to the throne of creation and kind of recreate the world however they want to. So it's a pretty desirable outcome for demons. So Lamu has found his knowledge here, which is this girl named Sahori. And, well, he's obviously attempting to kidnap her. I think she technically has to agree to join him to become a Nahabino. I don't think he can actually just force her to do it. But the subplot going on here is that I think she's getting severely bullied, and so Lamu basically offers to kill her bullies if she agrees to join him.
Yeah, Lamu is sort of manipulating Sahori at this point, is what I get from the story. So Lamu plays a lot bigger part in the canon of creation, but he plays a small part here in the school part. And on the way to Lamu, we'll fight a couple of these set encounters.
Stop doing that for him.
They're not very threatening, but they can kill you if like things go really badly.
Or if you're an idiot.
Yeah, I guess that.
Brain says, ooh, AoE skill, and then crashes into Mabufu, or crashes into the
Null Ice.
null ice there, and I've done that like 3 times in a row, and it's like, why do you keep doing this, Freedom? You know that that's not right.
I've died to this fight before when MC gets countered by Rakshasa, and then he gets a turn and crits Venom Chaser.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
We're going for Chaos Ending because it's a lot faster.
Yeah, it's faster and easier. There's really not much of a choice.
I can move for this fight, though.
So we didn't talk about dark and light skills yet. So in this game, when you hit a weakness like that with the dark or light skill, you have a chance to instant kill them. In older SMT games, they would just have a percentage chance of insta-killing enemy regardless if they were weak or not. But in this game, it's they do actual damage, but if the enemy is weak to it, you also have a chance of instant killing them.
In my opinion, this is the best implementation of instant kills in all Mega 10 games. It feels the most fair.
I agree. I do like how they do it in 4A, but I like this one more than 4A's.
I quite like the Nocturne one where the game says it's your time to die and then you're just gone. Right, so we have one more mini fight coming up here. This fight is actually nerfed from the COC counterpart, which was one of the scarier encounters in vanilla on hard mode.
Yeah. There are very few forced encounters in this game that go first, and anyone familiar with these games, any encounters that go first are inherently very scary. This one does, but both of these enemies are pretty weak. In Canon of Creation, instead of these enemies, it's a Mononanagal and 2 Shiki Ujis. They're all very high level and have some nasty skills, and since they go first, they can actually just straight up kill you on turn 0, but it's fairly uncommon.
Yeah, even in Vengeance,
more likely is
that fight is still scary.
Yeah.
Pop up. Alright, so here we're going to be fighting Lamu.
Yeah. Lamu is kind of an interesting fight. It's a pretty kind of nerfed and muted fight in Canon of Vengeance, but there is still some stuff going on. Instead of just being a single target, he has basically 6 tentacles, making it 6 targets. So multi-hit skills are really good here. Thankfully, the default items are multi-hit skills, so using light shards or force shards, both of which he's weak to, is quite effective. But like I said earlier, multi-target attacks can be somewhat dangerous, because if you miss even one of the targets, you're losing 2 turns. He also uses this ailment called Mud, which the way it works is every time the character gets hit with it gets a turn, you just lose an extra turn. So it's kind of nasty, and you cannot cure it. You have to just wait for it to wear off on its own. So whether or not this fight goes well kind of depends on if you miss any of your shards, or how long it takes the mud to wear off, or who he hits with it.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a really long-lasting.
That's really bad.
Jeez.
I think that's the maximum amount it can last is 4 turns. Pretty sure it cannot last longer than. Oh, it can. Stat corrected.
Once the tentacles are gone, you're pretty home free because he doesn't have that much health.
Yeah, I think that's the longest I've seen Mud last. And Mud is a unique ailment that is exclusive to Lamu. No other demon in the game can use it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we defeat Lamu, and in the cutscene, one of the members of the Kaddish 2 called Lilith appears and kills the girl who is Lamu's knowledge who was getting bullied. So Sahori died in the cutscene.
So did Tao, and then she got better.
Yeah, Tao dies in that cutscene as well, but she
Oh
revives
yeah,
like four
I don't
times.
remember that because Tao dying is just an average Tuesday, so I can't remember that. She dies a lot and comes back.
And then
yeah.
gets better, yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened is that some students got taken to the netherworld here, and we follow them to try to find them. And one of the students who got taken was Yuzuru's sister, so Miyazu. Miyazu is the glasses girl we saw at the school briefly earlier. So this is formerly known as Shinagawa, or the Area 2. So the game is split into 4 main areas, so this is the second one of them. We get here as fairly under level, so we're gonna do a quick Mitama run to just catch up on EXP a little bit and get some more money and items.
I was actually a little concerned
is
that
it?
Aguilar wasn't going to kill, but it's fine.
Aguilar usually kills because Yoko has +1 fire. It's usually Zionga that you might worry about.
Right, yeah.
I think in this area, Yoko can always kill. It's area 3 where her stat spread kind of matters for the Mitama kills, but I think here she should be able to one-shot everything.
Yeah,
that
one thing
could
to note
be
about
it.
one thing to note about guest characters is in between the areas, they leave your party briefly and then return to your party. They much higher level and with a completely new skill set. But the stat spread they got from level ups, which is random to some extent, persists. So if Yoko gets like bad magic level ups, she might not be able to one-shot Mitamas, even when we kind of rely on her to do so.
Yeah, or if she gets like very low agility, she can miss all the time.
Yeah.
So there's some annoying things that can happen there. We're gonna keep collecting more glory here, and then we'll get start rescuing the students who are around this area.
That essence has a very strong strength-based almighty skill on it that we won't use because it's not nearly as useful as it was in vanilla.
Yeah, Sakanagi is a genuinely really good skill, but yeah, it's we're using it for I think that one is just like literally we're just using it to put Algon
For Life
Infinities
Spring.
back on MC later.
No, that's the
that
number
one's
2 that we
Lifespring,
picked
yeah.
up outside. Yeah, that one's
Yeah.
Lifespring.
Lifespring is really good too, though, especially for the fight that we put it on for.
Yeah, it's straight up mandatory for the fight we put it on. You would die to
Entropy, yeah.
what's that skill called? Entropy if you didn't put it on, yeah.
Yeah. More HP is always a pretty good thing in SMT games.
Oh yeah, I mentioned it at the very start of the run, but you want to actually explain what the differences with hard mode are, just for the people that aren't aware.
Sure. So relative to normal mode, hard mode increases the damage you take by 30%, reduces the damage you deal by 30%, increases enemy accuracy by 10%, reduces your accuracy by 5%. It increases the enemy's success rate with inflicting ailments and instant kills. I can't remember by how much. And it reduces your chance of inflicting ailments and instant kills. Again, I can't remember how much. It drastically reduces your escape rate from battles. Did I get everything?
It makes the amount of items you have to give to demons in negotiations a bit higher.
Right. Yes, it does.
It doesn't actually affect the difficulty of the negotiations, but it will be a bit more expensive.
Yeah.
But I think that's about it.
I
So
believe
basically
so.
just Yeah, but
Yeah.
basically just the some number tweaks.
Yeah, it changes basically everything by a small amount, rather than some other hard modes that might, like for example, Nocturne's hard mode that only does like 3 things. Like it doubles the damage you take, it doesn't change the damage you deal, it triples shop prices, and makes it impossible to run away from battles. This game takes the approach of increase everything by a little bit rather than a couple of things by a lot.
Free bicorn essence saves me a couple thousand.
Yeah, that's good for later. We need to buy Bicorn. Learns one very good passive skill called Beast Eye that increases our accuracy by 10%, I believe it is. And
I don't remember the number, but
yeah.
something like that.
That's a really scary formation. By Lamu is successful, it means Lamu captures Sahori, and then he's the main bad guy of the second area. And then briefly they become a Nahobino before you kill them after the boss fight. So, successful in quotes. Here we find out that Yoko really hates cars.
Oh yeah, peak Atlas writing.
Yeah.
Cars
Now
are
that
bad.
Now that Yoko and Tao are both in our parties, they have to stop us like literally everywhere to spit philosophy at each other and make sure we listen to it. Because they're the law and chaos reps, and you know, we need to understand their perspectives.
Yeah, that's a canon related thing. You kill him in the school in Canon of Vengeance, and you kill him in the at the end of this area in Canon of Creation. All of those events play out the same. Yeah, that's a canon change.
Yeah, a lot of the things. Yeah, the canon paths kinda diverge here a lot. Like in Area 1, most of it is the same, except for like small tweaks here and there. But in Area 2, it really starts getting like different from the COC one. And Area 3, it makes it like completely different.
Yeah. Area 2, you're fighting completely different bosses. Area 3 is a completely different area.
Yeah. And now we have to explain to Amanasako what these fancy things are on the ground. They're called containers. Very important for Amanasako to know.
My favorite thing about this scene is that, like, Amanazako unintentionally just, like, jump scares the hell out of Tao. It's really funny. Like, ooh, look over there! She's like, oh, what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
These
here
little
we find...
cuts.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, so we found Yuzuru and his pet dog here, Hayataro. Hayataro is kinda tired here, so we have to give them some items to kinda heal them. So we give them a chakra drop and a couple lifestone chains. Yes. Yeah, I got it correct, okay. Yeah, and in return they give us 5 force gems, which are actually very good for the upcoming boss fight.
5 force gems is kind of an insane reward for a basically free quest like this, because force gems are normally very hard to come by, and they're quite strong, especially because the next boss is weak to force.
I do actually really enjoy that. Something that these games actually do quite a bit is like actually giving you like subtle hints about like, hey, this thing might be really good for the next boss, by the way. In terms of like rewards you get for quests in the area or like items you happen to pick up.
Yeah, there's a couple. Yeah, there's like a couple good essences with Zanama on them, like right before this fight as well.
Yeah, this game specifically really tries to give you a lot of things that are useful immediately, rather than giving you just random stuff and expecting you to figure out what's useful, like a lot of the older games do.
I have to do that menu really slowly because of the button that I have my turbo set to.
Yeah, so we're gonna fuse a couple of demons that are good at using force skills, and here we get our first instance of Beast Eye, which kinda makes our accuracy problems diminish by a fair bit.
Yeah. Yeah, so this game's accuracy formula is really weird in that it's kind of basically asymptotic to 100%, where you can never really reach 100% accuracy, but you can get like, I think it's 99.5 before any more accuracy boosts just give you almost nothing. So kind of what you want to do is get a few accuracy buffs to get up to that cap. And once you're there, that's about as good as you can do. So having a skill like Beast Eye just push you up to that cap with the Secundas that we also use is very nice.
We didn't really talk about Demon Haunts, but Demon Haunts basically just give us
Young man.
3 stat allocations once we get to a certain point in the story. You can also get random items from your demons, but we're not gonna do that in the speedrun because it's random and not guaranteed, so there's no point.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Demon
like casually
Haunts,
there's a lot of really cool stuff because like demons will get stat ups or like try to learn new skills and stuff, and sometimes that can be really fun. But yeah, speedrun wise, it's nothing worth taking the time to do.
So here we meet another member of the Kadishtu. She's called Aishet, and she's a bit of a odd one. She basically uses physical attacks, and she's weak to force. So we picked up a couple of his dampeners right outside of this fight that we are gonna be using in this fight to cover ourselves. And we're just gonna be hitting her with as many force skills as possible. And this is the first instance of using random target magic skills, so we're gonna do that. With Pandemonic Feast we get Wind Breath, and that will do, hopefully, a ton of damage.
We can't get Wind Breath on everyone yet because we don't have an essence with it. Thankfully, Feng Huang starts with it, so we fused him once, then fused him into Fortuna to pass Wind Breath onto her, and then fused him again, so we get 2 sources of Wind Breath. But MC is still using Scratch Dance, which is definitely good enough. We're still on a strength build.
This fight, the one main thing that can go wrong, hopefully I'm not jinxing the fight by saying it, but it's Aishet critting MC in
That's
this
why I guard
turn.
there.
Okay, you guarded,
Yeah.
yeah. There's a bit of a delay, so yeah.
She can also crit other members and kill them, and that can spiral out of control. But as long as you got good enough rolls with your Wind Breath and Scratch Dance, you're probably fine. The Force Gems are very
just
useful.
Straight up kills Tao if she hits her.
Yeah, I think so.
Definitely, yeah.
Everyone
MC
else can kind of survive, but if she hits Tao, she just dies.
It's a damage range for MC. If it crits, you can survive at like 2 HP if you're lucky. But okay, that was Aishet. Aishet doesn't have a lot of HP, but her unique attack, Voracious Salvation, drains HP. But we blocked that with Fist Dampener because, again, it's her AI is very rigid and she always does the same thing on every turn. So it's easy to predict to block the ability.
If that
As long as you have enough damage, that fight is fairly easily cheesed with the 2 Fizz Dampeners that it gives you.
And defeating the boss gives you 1 more Fist Dampener, so we only really used 1 technically. But yeah, we'll collect some more stuff here after the fight. There's a couple chakra drops here which are nice for safety.
Chakra drops are MP healing items.
And finally, we have magic multi-hit on the main character that we'll equip later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we can get
the Aishet fight is the last fight on MC that we do with the strength build, so we'll be switching over to magic for the next boss fight.
Yeah.
Oh, you want some? We'll do ya?
First, we have a bunch of stuff to collect and Mitamas to fight.
Yeah, we'll just kind of go through this area and picking up the Mitamas that are, and essences that are like on the way.
Also picking up that Force Sutra later. It's a secret
Yeah.
tool that'll help us later.
So we talked about instances earlier, but sutras are items that increase the affinity of a demon. So Force Sutra makes demons who have a positive skill affinity, it increases it by 1. So if you have, like, let's say, a demon with +2 on their force affinity, it makes it go up to +3. and that gives the force skills a bit more damage, lowers the MP cost, so it's just useful.
Yeah, they're quite rare, so we really don't get that many of them, and we don't use that many of them. But some of them, like that Force Sutra, primarily physical sutras are the most useful.
That was an unfortunate miss.
Oh, you want
Yeah.
If you miss a Mitama, you're kind of not likely to recover. But thankfully, again, since you can save anywhere, that's not really that much time loss.
I also technically have the wrong party order for that. But
It doesn't really matter as long as you
doesn't
kill it.
matter
It's
that
fine.
much. Just gonna fix that right now.
Oh, you want some? Well, do ya?
Technically better element coverage if I had rolled force, but oh.
So here on the train tracks, we kind of find a signal that the students that we have been looking for might be over there. But we'll head over there next.
All right, so I know this is Longathon, so this might be a bit of a tough ask. But do we have any Mothman fans in chat? Because we have Mothman. Mothman. Mothman.
And Amanazako leaves us here for
Kind of
plot
inexplicably,
purposes.
just kind of inexplicably, just takes off.
Yoko, please.
Did we get the low agility Yoko today?
Apparently.
Here.
There we go. Thanks, Yoko. That's a flaming hot Mothman. Spicy Mothman.
Certain enemies in this game can be like super powered up, and then they get access to some extra skills, and I forget what all happens, buff stats or whatever.
Yeah,
they're
incredibly buff stats, and on all of their turns they use different Amagatoki abilities. Usually stuff like Frykugal EX that just completely one-shots you.
Yeah, they're kind of... They don't really give you that much stuff for beating them, so we're definitely not fighting them.
Yeah,
They
they give
give
you
you, like,
incenses
random-
if you can kill them, which is kind of cool, but not really worth in the speedrun, especially since killing them is kind of difficult because they are very beefy.
Yeah, in casual playthroughs, it's fun to see what kind of ability they're gonna wipe you with. But
Yeah, they'll just use Big Bang or some nonsense and just kill your whole party.
Yep.
So here we respec into magic,
Say thanks.
and we'll give MC the skill called Shockbound, which is like electric multi-hit skill, which we will use for the next boss fight. We're also gonna revamp our party a bit. Our demons are kind of low level at this point, so we'll fuse demons that are up to our level cap, so to level 25.
So register this mermaid because she's very important. Hold you guys.
Is this
Pillsbury Doe friend.
Yeah, Poltergeist starts with Shockbound, so he's kind of good.
is this demon?
He's also a required fusion material for the demon that we very much want later.
The SMTRTA classic, Inugami.
Inugami's innate is really quite strong. He makes whoever goes after him in the party gets a 20% damage buff if they hit a weakness, which is really good. We won't use him for this next boss fight because he doesn't fit into the party very well, but we will use him later down the line.
Also fan favorite Jack Frost.
Yeah, Jack Frost is kind of cracked actually in this game.
Yeah, his unique skill is really strong.
we don't actually make use of it, but we do make use of... He starts with Ice Breath, so, you know, another random target skill synergizes well with what we're doing. He also, his unique skill... oh yeah, Jack. We do use Jack Bufala.
Yeah, we do.
The Racunda, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about his innate, which we don't use.
Oh yeah, I have no idea what his innate does.
His innate is the one that makes magic skills crit if you are under a Mogatoki and have positive skill affinity. It's the same as your Lunger's.
Gotcha.
You could actually use it for Konsu, and it does actually kind of work with, you know, dance strats.
Alright, time for awkwardly long loading screen that makes me think that the game just crashed.
Yeah. Jack Frost also has the earliest source of Ice Drain, or any Element Drain for that matter, so he's actually, like, really good.
Yeah, which specifically Ice Drain is really good.
Fighting Fionn next. He's weak to ice. He hits like a truck.
He's weak to Elec, but...
Oh, sorry, yeah. Elec, I meant. He hits like a truck with physical skills. He's one of the older bosses introduced in Vanilla 5, so his AI has the quirk where he will charge Magatsui at HP intervals, so we want to push him to 66% HP or lower on our first turn to lock him into using basic attack and Magatsui charge. So we'll just use Pandemonic Feast to push as much damage onto him as possible. And he's guaranteed to use fire on his Magatsui charge turns, so we can cover that with a dampener. Then
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna emphasize that these older bosses are very abusable in this pattern because with a lot of the new stuff they added in Vengeance increases your damage potential by a large amount. So normally it's quite hard or completely impossible to fully stun lock them like this by doing enough damage, but here it really isn't that hard to do.
Yeah, so that's his second Magatsui charge that happens at 30% or 33%, sorry, HP. So we lock him into that and keep pushing damage, cover ourselves with fire dampeners, rinse and repeat, and finish off with the second crit turn. It's a very scripted fight and everything goes well. If you end up missing or you don't have enough Magatsui bar or whatever else nonsense can happen, then you need to improvise a little bit. We have one extra fist dampener for safety for this point as well, so you can definitely use that as well.
I did forget to mention one thing about Pandemonic Feast. In addition to the crazy extra damage it gives, it also gives you a massive accuracy bonus to the point where it's actually very easy to achieve 100% accuracy under the effect of Pandemonic Feast, which is why you'll never see us miss a Pandemonic attack.
Yeah, it gives you like 50% increase in accuracy, I think.
It's something stupidly large.
No, Pandemonic Feast is definitely one of the best passive skills in the entire game.
I, for one,
Without a
welcome our
doubt.
Pandemonic Feast overlords.
It synergizes well with so many different things.
Yeah, there's a demon statue over there, but we're not even gonna bother picking it up.
That was a really,
No, it-
really weird spawn on Kokanda.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
Usually if you just jump the railing, you're fine.
Yeah, normally that's what I do. He was just in a
Yeah.
really interesting spot there,
Yeah.
and he didn't aggro for a while, so I kind of didn't know. So I had to, like, let him get out of the way.
So there's a lot of stuff you can pick up in this area, but we're just gonna skip all of it.
Yeah, we'll come back here for two of the abscesses later once we're a little bit stronger, but at the moment we're just kind of gonna book it to the end of the more or less to the end. We'll
Yeah,
be
it's
doing
kind
some
of
stuff once we
interesting
get
here.
to Fairy Forest, but
Yeah, Fionn told us that some of the students are taking shelter in Fairy Forest, so we're gonna go look for Yuzuru's sister over there if she was one of the students who made it there. The movement, some of the movement in this part can be a bit tricky since this road is kinda narrow and there's a bunch of enemies around.
Yeah, the enemy's spawn locations are slightly random, so it's hard to... You can't make like a consistent movement pattern that will always get by them. You have to improv it a little bit.
Yeah, their
The hit-
spawn is slightly random, and then the direction they face is completely random. So if they're facing towards you, then they can start moving earlier, which can cause problems.
Yeah, the hitboxes were... I think they kind of improved the hitboxes of those demons specifically. I think Loa's hitbox was a lot worse in Vanilla than it is in Vengeance.
Certainly feels that way.
Yeah, so if you jump there, you get a fun little cutscene with Koropokur, but we skip it since we don't really...
And
Yeah,
I'll
he
never
gives you a
forgive Alice
revival
for adding that
bead.
cutscene.
He gives you a revival bead, which is totally worthless.
Yeah, you don't get anything like amazing from it, but if you jump, he's gonna be impressed by your jumping ability. It's a fun little cutscene.
It's really
yeah, we made it
fun,
to-
but I enjoyed jumping in vanilla, and now I can't jump there anymore, or I lose time, and so I'm sad.
Loses time.
Yeah. So we made it to Fairy Forest. Yusuru is already here. Miyazu is here. Everybody's safe. But a
Miyasu's
bunch of
not
the
here.
students are... Oh, Miyazu's not here. Oh, no. Yeah, right. He isn't. Yusuru
Everyone
is here,
but
but
Miyazu's
Miyazu
here.
isn't. Yep. Right.
Yeah, so the Fairy King and Queen tell us that they've managed to rescue a large number of the students, but most of them are injured in some way, and they want to make medicine to help them out, but they don't have the ingredients they need. They say they need golden apples from the goddess Idun, and send us off to go and get those golden apples. So that's our next main quest. This is kind of just a run around the area fetch quest, which it's kind of nice that this exists because it mandates you running out here, so you have an excuse to pick up the stuff out here, which is there's quite a bit of useful stuff here.
Yeah, there's one section with a bunch of good stuff, but it's kind of far off the way, so we're just gonna ignore that. Like at the end of the river, if you go straight here, you can get to like a clearing with a bunch of essences and mitamas and stuff, but we'll just kind of avoid that. But yeah, I've talked to Idun, who tells us about the apples, and we need to go collect them.
Yeah, so
she
they were
says Loki
stolen by
stole-
Loki.
Yeah.
But he was kind of clumsy and dropped a bunch of them, so...
Yeah.
But now instead we're gonna go get interrogated by this pixie.
Yeah, so this is one of the very few side quests we do. This side quest gives us access to an extremely busted Magatsui skill that we will use to kind of split the late game in half. It's also not a very long quest and gives you other stuff as well, like a bunch of extra glory.
Yeah, you get like 100 glory or something from this.
Yeah, just a pretty... We'd still do it even if you didn't get that, but it's a pretty nice bonus.
Yeah, you get EXP 100 glory, the best Magatsui skill in the game, pretty much. And also it's pretty funny, just for like comedic purposes, but yeah.
Yeah, the plot here is basically these demons found a I forget what they describe it as, an apple or
A
something
giant
like
apple,
that.
yeah.
Giant apple, and then someone steals it and they don't know who, and so Pixie plays detective and is going to try to find out who stole it, and we need to help her.
Yeah, they give us kind of some hints like I kind of forget what they actually give us.
That is
What
funny.
hints they give?
Yeah, there's a whole logic chain you're supposed to figure out. Like you're supposed to
Like they say, like you
compare alibis and whatnot, and some
Right.
some of them lie and some of them don't, and you're supposed to figure it out. Anyway, Pyrojack is the culprit, so we know that.
Okay, I sort of did the dive bomb there. The camera was quite funny.
Yeah, that's the best way of doing the pattern. It's funny to see the dive bomb.
I never timed what the most efficient order to do that quest is because we found the dive bomb and think it's really funny.
Brenda Mitama, love to see it, mostly just because it means an enemy's not going to be there trying to kill me later.
Yeah, so we'll head a bit further in the river to get this essence. This is Baphomet's essence, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mistaken. It has a dark pleroma on it, which is a very nice passive skill.
Baphomet's
Pleroma's
essence is actually just like freaking crazy in general.
Right.
It's pretty cracked. It has Madoon, Miragi, and Dark Pleroma. It's crazy.
So this is the point in the game where Pleroma skills become available. Pleroma skills increase your damage by 20%, I believe.
I think it's 15.
That sounds right.
It's either 15 or 20.
Is it?
Yeah. So Dark Pleroma would increase our dark damage on the character who has it by that amount, and it can be given to MC as well. So
Yeah.
they are very, very useful. And there are also passive skills called High Pleromas, and those give 50% increase, I believe, or 30, 50.
Is it 40?
I think it's
40. Yeah, I don't remember the exact numbers.
It's different in
But-
like every game, so
Yeah.
when you're jumping
Yeah.
between these games a bunch, especially because I just did a run of 4 like 3 days ago.
Yeah, and those in this game they stack multiplicatively, so you can get some really good setups when you utilize the passive skills, especially with physical, and which we will be using a lot later.
Yeah, every damage buff in this game stacks multiplicatively, and there are a lot of them, so the numbers get pretty out of control if you use all of them.
All right, we grabbed the apples, got some more glory, and we're basically at the end of Area 2 now. Just got to turn this in, and then we have the boss.
Area 2 is very quick if you just run past everything, but there's a lot of things to explore here if you take your time.
Area 2 is particularly short in Canon of Vengeance because the final boss of the area is laughably easy. In
Yeah.
COC, that is not true. He's probably like one of the hardest bosses in the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's funny because
I'd argue Lamu is the hardest boss in COC.
yeah, it's really funny because in COV this upcoming final boss fight of the area is the easiest fight in the game if you know how to abuse it, and on the contrary, the Lamu 2 fight on COC is the hardest fight in the entire game. So it's like different sides of the coin completely.
Yeah, so I'll briefly explain why this boss fight is stupid easy, because if you played this game casually, it might not... This fight is actually kind of hard if you can't figure out the cheese strat. Basically, it's Yuzuru, you have to fight him, and he summons his demon Hayataro, and Hayataro... So they go first, and Hayataro will use a skill called Witness Me, which... It kind of ends up being like a supercharged version of Taunt, where you're not even allowed to target Yuzuru at all. You have to kill Hayataro before you're even allowed to target him. And once you do that, Yuzuru will revive Hayataro pretty quickly, then he'll cast Witness Me again. And you basically have to chunk through Hayataro like a bunch of times before you can finally kill Yuzuru. So the cheese strat is basically... So even though they go first, before Hayataro uses Witness Me, Yuzuru will throw an ice shard at you, and if you have a source of drain ice in your party, like say Jack Frost, that will cancel his whole turn, and Hayataro won't get to use Witness Me. And then the next turn, Yuzuru is guaranteed to open with a light shard. Now, we don't have access to light drain or repel, but the game does conveniently give you a single magic mirror in a chest back there, and you can use that to do the same thing, again, to cancel their whole turn before Hayataro can use Witness Me. And then the next turn, he'll use an ice shard again, which can be blocked by Jack Frost. And so it basically gives you a ton of free turns before Witness Me gets actually used, and so you can just, kill Yuzuru. Although if you miss, then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah,
you have,
Mayoko is seemingly has very bad agility.
Yeah, that's quite unlucky.
Something else about Witness Me that does make it a little bit more annoying than just a taunt is that it also includes either a stack or 2 stacks of Sukukaja on it.
Oh yeah, it's 2 stacks of Sukukaja.
So not only do you have to kill Hayataro in order to target Yuzuru, he also is very dodgy.
Yeah, but doing this strat basically gives us 3 free turns to just completely punch Yuzuru in the face.
And that's more than enough to kill him, because he doesn't have that much HP, because obviously normally when you do this it'd be very hard to even attack him, so if they gave him a ton of HP that would be really stupid. We use the magic mirror on Yoko specifically because she's weak to light, and if we didn't she could get instant killed by the light shard, which would be very unfortunate.
Okay. Our chaos rep is weak to light.
Weak to light, yeah.
Very subtle. But yeah, that's Yuzuru.
Right. So, yeah, it's a 3-turn fight. I mean, it could be, if you are willing to actually use your crit turn, you could easily make it a 2 or maybe even a 1-turn fight. It's kind of just an easy fight.
Yeah,
we want to hold on
the
to
normal
our...
COV run kills him in 1 turn.
Does it 1 turn? Yeah, we specifically actually want to hold on to our... It's crazy not using, like, holding on to your Magotsui skill through a major boss fight, because we'd rather use it for an Abscess fight after.
Oh yeah,
so...
and all the fairies got turned into salt while we were away, and all the students.
And Miyazu got saved, and we got introduced to Konosu, which is one of them. He's this kind of mysterious demon that has a fixation on Miyazu specifically, even though we don't really know why at this point. He doesn't get really introduced yet, but we get a glimpse of him. Also, we meet Agrat, who is best girl. She's part of the Kadish too as well, but we don't really fight her yet.
Wait, do we meet Agrat there?
Yeah, Agrat
Agrat
shows up to make fun of Aisha for failing twice.
Oh.
Right, and then they disappear. Yeah, it's very brief. There's a lot of things happening.
That,
Yeah. So we get back to Tokyo, and the Bethel branch sends us to investigate this kind of incident where a large crow has been sighted in multiple areas of this human world Tokyo.
Yeah, there's a sickness going around where people are turning into salt shortly after visiting a fortune teller who seems to be being stalked by a giant crow. So we're trying to figure out, like, what's up with the fortune teller? What is this giant crow? Why are people turning into salt? Etc. Because we just saw the entire fairy forest get turned into salt, so we figure those are probably related.
Probably, but not 100% sure. But yeah, we'll take a look into this temple area and then to the railway station.
West. I thought you said west. To think way too hard about which direction I need to exit that station from.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit confusing.
Because once again, the camera does a flip on you, and so you're like, wait, what direction was I?
Yeah. So we'll report our findings to the director of the Bethel branch, who is also Prime Minister of Japan, if we didn't mention that. And he gives us a lot of EXP, which is very nice of him.
Yeah, this game has a bunch of free experience from mandatory quests, which it's kind of cool. Free experience and money.
Young man, I spot
Young man. This game's really weird about, like, not letting you hold the skip text button between cutscenes sometimes.
Yeah, every time you go through a loading screen, it takes it off and doesn't automatically put it back on if you're still holding it.
We go to bed and get another weird dream. Surely that won't mean anything.
It's fine, probably, maybe. So here we find out that this is where the canons really diverge, because Canon of Creation Area 3 is about to happen in the background while we go do something else. Normally in Canon of Creation, this is where a giant battle happens between Bethel and the Forces of Chaos in the Chiyoda area. But we're being told that instead of going to participate in that battle, we're actually going to sneak into a restricted part of the city that normally is like tightly under the control of Bethel. That is where the sightings for the where all the weird stuff has basically been happening.
I like the
And
implication that our contributions to the Chiyoda battle in COC mean absolutely nothing, because all of the same stuff still happens without us being there.
I'm more weirded out about the fact that it's somewhat implied that Dazai is the one that actually does everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got Yoko and Tao back to our party, and they are now higher level.
Yeah, they're higher level, they have a whole new skill set. Basically all of their skills are upgraded. Yoko goes from the medium magic damage to the heavy damage. Tao gets Mahama Own, as well as... Did she start with Meteorama? I think she does.
Yes.
Meteorama, she learns it.
She learns it, yeah.
At
Anyway,
level
she gets
40,
a bunch
42, I
higher
think.
level skills. So we wanted to have that specifically happen before we did these two abscesses in Area 2, because both Mahama Own as well as Zeodyne are really good for them. So this Baphomet abscess here has... which miracle do we want off this? I can't remember.
This is Art of Essences
Art of-
too.
Art of
yeah.
Essences. Yeah, this is Art of Essences too, that's right. This will also be the first instance of Strategize, which is the skill we unlocked from the Detective Pixie side quest. So what it does is it allows you to pass turns or switch demons as a free action. Normally those are half actions, but passing as completely free action. You could see there, we basically used Mahama Own with Tao, then passed around to her turn, used it again, passed around to her turn, used it again. Normally you would not be able to do that. Any character can only act at most twice per turn. With Strategize, they can act up to 8 times if you want to only have one of your members doing something. Which
Hey,
is
remember to
very
change the
useful
target.
if one of your team members is much stronger than the rest.
So next we'll head to use the shortcut to get to another abscess that we want, and that abscess has
It's
NC
It's the skill slot.
it's the skill slots, yeah.
yeah. So we pick up a couple Soma drops, which helps us our MP management later on, and go through this section.
Yeah, this section's kind of great. It's got those Soma droplets. It's got a New Testament tablet. It's got there's one other thing that we use on here, isn't
Glory
there?
crystals
There's
there.
glory.
Oh, the
Turbo
attract
Drain
pipes as
Essence
well,
for
and
wind breath.
I don't think we use. Do we? Oh yeah, we'd use it for wind breath. That's right. So yeah,
Yeah.
we use actually a lot of stuff.
Like all of the stuff we get here is actually like really good,
Yeah.
and it's all like on the way to getting to this abscess. So this is like it's
Kinda
actually
nice.
yeah, it's pretty perfect.
Good dodge.
This Basilisk fight is not really anything special. The worst thing he can do is hit you pretty hard with physical attacks, but he goes down in 2 turns.
Yeah, we're over leveled for this fight because we waited to do it.
Yeah.
His Fizz skill has low accuracy in his multi-hit, so it's very likely to just miss somebody. Sometimes it'll miss your entire party, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. We're just gonna stock up on our items a bit. We already had our bicorn essence we got earlier, so we're gonna save some money there, even though that's not very that it's not that significant.
It's a couple, okay. In general, they buffed the Essence shop quite a bit in Vengeance. They both made them way cheaper and added a bunch of them that actually have good skills. So we're actually going to buy, like a few of the low-level essences have stuff like Beast Eye or Raccoonda or there's something else that I forget. Oh yeah, Taunt and Life Spring. There's quite a bit of good stuff in the cheap low-level essences that you can just buy.
Yeah, it's really strong. It gives you a lot of flexibility in your party compositions. You can just buy new skills when you need it. A lot of them do get expensive later on, but stuff like Beast is only a couple of K, and it's a really good passive skill to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're switching our party setup to dark magic now for the next area, because we have to fight a bunch of angels who are weak to dark.
Yeah, there's the next sort of pseudo-boss fight. You want a lot of dark damage to get through it, so conveniently that Baphomet Abscess also unlocks +3 dark on MC as long as we pay the glory for it. And then we can give him dark play Roma off the Baphomet assets as well as Mamudo, multi-target, and Madoon. So we can actually just shoot up in the amount of dark damage we have just in time.
Yeah, with the Strategize and MC being complete magic build, we can let MC act all of our turns with the dark damage, which is a lot of dark damage.
Yeah.
This is the first angel. We're kind of puzzled why angels are suddenly attacking us, since we are part of battle, so we should be comrades, but we're in a bit of a weird spot here. We don't really know why that happened.
Really wish that the camera would just start you facing the bench anytime you enter into a haunt.
Wouldn't that be nice?
So I have to do this like
Gotta
awkward,
memorize
like,
where it
where's
is.
the
In
bench?
this case, it's the turn to the right.
Yeah.
In Area 2, it's turn to the left. In Area 4, it doesn't matter, we don't use it.
Yeah, Area
Yeah,
4
area-
and 1, it's like directly in front of you. Because I've had to use the Area 4 one a lot casually. Hee-ho. I miss the days when Boat Dude was the partner for the whole game. I don't know if that was ever the case in hard mode, but for normal mode, that was the case for a while.
It never should have been the case in normal mode because he's just slower. As soon as Beef saw me using Pyrojack, he's like, "Oh, that's just faster."
That's fair.
Yeah.
I still miss him, though.
Boat Dude is funnier, though. The navigators in this game have a tendency to find certain things easier, so I think Boat Dude finds like random fights a bit easier if you really want them.
Yeah, like I said, we never take random partner spots because they're just a waste of time. So there is no difference between the navigators other than cosmetic.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're playing casually, they have a small difference. If you want to find like a lot of gems, then you should use allies. If you want to find instances, I believe you should use Yatagarasu, etc. Don't remember all of them, especially with the new patch when they added a bunch of new navigators. I have no idea what they do.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever known which ones are good for what.
I remember that, like, there's the ones that... Thanks, game. The ones that find encounters more often, like Ipondatra, usually it's the ones that, like, freak out because they want encounters. Like Ipondatra and Alice both really like finding encounters because they want you to die.
And no white Draco Strike can just flat out one-shot you there.
Apparently. Yo, thank you for the raid, and thank you all for the good luck. Okay, cool. Well, okay, well, you know, when you just kill both of them, you don't have to worry about dying.
Yeah. This fight kind of sucks, because you sort of rely on getting an instant kill on one of them, otherwise it is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, you can play it slowly and use a fish dampener if you want to be like ultra super safe, but it's usually just worth to
Yeah,
just
no,
YOLO.
just YOLO,
that.
just save and then YOLO it. It's completely
Yeah.
fine.
And now we have Dormarth, who makes some of my favorite enemy noises in the game because she's cute.
Wait up, wait up.
Wait up, wait up! Here I go!
So here is one of the better items in the game. It's called Battle Sutra, which increases our physical, one of our demons' physical affinity. It's a very valuable item. There's only a few of them in the entire game.
Yo,
Yeah,
congrats
there's-
on the PB and thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it.
I believe there's 4 of them.
I think something like that. Some of them are very far out of the way though, so we won't actually pick up 4.
There's
Yeah, we've
also,
got
I think,
only
fewer
3
of
of
them in
them.
Canon of Vengeance than in Creation, or the one in Vengeance that we don't grab is just really far out of the way.
I
There's
don't
one in.
remember.
There's 2 in Area 4, I believe, and then there's this one.
There's only one in Chiyoda, right? And then there's one in Shinjuku, and that's the only difference. I think there's the same amount, but
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
quote me on that.
Because for some reason I remember being able to get Gogged +8 in Creation runs, whereas without, like, we still don't grab the one that's super far out of the way. And... Oh, right, that's from doing doing a quest, right?
That's for True Neutral, right? Because you fight Theon there, that gives you 1.
Yeah.
No, for any percent.
Oh.
Oh, okay, then I don't know. You fight... I don't actually know where it comes from then.
I'm trying to remember. Is it from... It's not from Black Frost, because Black Frost gives you a dark one, right?
No, if you kill Futsunushi, he gives you 1, but you're definitely not doing that.
No.
Well, anyway,
Either way, yeah.
Yeah.
valuable item. That's the
Yes.
That's the main
Actually,
point.
you're right. It is Black Frost. He does give you
Okay.
just killing Dionysus gives you 1. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
where it is. I'm remembering
okay,
that now
yeah.
from Vanilla. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I guess in this area maybe there's like you can fight Good Luck and on Yankopon. Maybe one of them gives. I don't remember. It's been a while since I did those quests casually. They might give you something like that as well. Anyway, we're gonna do a quick Mitama run here as well to just catch up on EXP a little bit since it's a new area and we are naturally a bit under-leveled.
Yeah. Well, one thing to note is that Mitama levels scale with each area. So once you get into a new area, the Mitamas are really valuable. But then, kind of as you get later in the area, they're not really worth that much anymore. So they're at their highest value right now.
Yeah, we'll usually only just pick up a few of them at the start of the new area. And then, of course, we pick the valuable ones like Kushimitamas because they give gospels.
We fight quite a few of them in this area because there's a few level thresholds that we really want to hit at certain points.
Yeah, our EXP is pretty well calculated at this point, to the point that missing even one of these would throw off our EXP.
Yeah, there's some backups you can do, but it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Weird Valkyrie spawns. Alright, we're good.
Those Valkyries are surprisingly nasty.
Yeah, they're one of those demon groups that have like very erratic movement that it's hard to predict what they will do if they see you.
They're very aggressive if they see you as well. Nua and Yakumo show up again, and I forget what they tell us here. They give us some information about the salt investigation that we're trying to go on.
Don't
Yeah, they tell us how to move the cherubs as well.
Yeah, they give us a hint
yeah.
about... There's like 2 cherubs blocking the way to the further part of Shinjuku where we want to go. So basically, they give us the idea of, hey, if we cause a lot of trouble here, then angels will send all of their reinforcements here, and then we can go through the cherub area.
Freaking hate Compondo. My dog! And my Trifurry. That's not good.
DDS2 fans.
Did you buy a smoke
love.
ball?
I didn't. 23? When did I last save? It was fairly recently.
You just saved, I'm pretty sure.
Before the Midama, at least in the Valkyrie area, if not after.
Yeah, I just saved because I hate this dodge.
Okay, good. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw you save before you went through the Kumbanas.
Yeah. Like,
I,
the saves
I hate
don't...
that dodge, so I figured I saved.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. My brain doesn't register saves anymore because it's like, I've done it so many times that I just filter it out when I see it.
Saving in this game is very fast, so it's pretty easy to play safe.
And so we'll head to this corner here to talk to this Yerlanger, aka the Rainbow Snake. And he gives us a Snake Talisman. Now, what Snake Talisman does, it gives us the access to the Omagatoki Dance Makatsui skill, which is a very, very, very strong one. It basically makes our multi-hit moves hit the maximum amount every time, so you can imagine the synergy it has with Pandemonic Feast later once we put it to good use.
The biggest reason why that's really strong is because normally, if you're against a single target, your multi-hit skills are capped at their minimum amount, but using Dance not only removes that cap, but automatically sets them to their maximum amount, and then Pandemonic gives you 2 more guaranteed hits on top of that.
I remember
so
it's not 2 guaranteed, it can be 1 or 2 extra.
Are you sure that's true if you're using Dance?
Yeah, even with Dance. I remember that was something that was talked about when people...
No, I'm 100% confident it's...
No, it's not. It should always be the same.
Okay.
Otherwise, our strats would randomly fail when we use Dance. Like
the constant damage is very
all
well.
of the fights that we use Dance for are very tight damage ranges. There's no way it's not guaranteed.
I might be misremembering then. I remembered like Cedobon saying something about that, but I could be again just remembering it's been a year.
So yeah, we're using Strategize here to just basically murder all of the powers here. Our only constraint in this fight is basically our MP, so we do need to put 1 turn into healing MC's MP. And the fun thing about Strategize is that you can see we get these follow-ups, but our Strategize, and every Omagatoki effect for that matter, will persist through each follow-up encounter, so you can use it on the first fight, and then it's still active on the last one, so you get huge value out of it.
Yeah. So this is the only instance of a forced fight that has follow-ups. Follow-ups are pretty useful because they give you bonus experience. And this fight in particular has a lot of follow-ups, and it's a lot of enemies. So you actually get a very large amount of experience from this fight.
Yeah.
Like we got got 4 levels on MC from that fight.
Yeah. We'll use that for grinding a bit later. There's also a bonus EXP in this game that caps out at 10 levels. So if the enemy is 10 levels higher than you, you get the maximum amount of bonus EXP, and then you combine that with the follow-up EXP, and your EXP multiplier goes crazy. We'll use that in the final area to grind up a bit.
Another dodge that I hate.
Yeah, this dodge is ass.
Orthrus is the worst enemy in the entire game to try to dodge. It is genuinely terrible trying to do anything involving Orthrus.
Yeah. They have terrible hitbox, their movement patterns are very random, and if they see you, they're very aggressive. It's like the worst things. And also they only appear in like corridors that are very narrow. So it's like worst possible enemy, basically. Well, if you don't count Anzu, I guess Anzu is kind of...
I'd almost rather dodge. I'd honestly rather dodge Anzu's.
Yeah. To be fair, that's probably same.
Yeah, Anzu's at least sometimes fly up high enough that they can't hit you.
Yeah, and with Anzu, they tend to have pretty rigid patrol paths when they're not aggroed onto you, so you can just like deal with that. Whereas with Orthrus, they just wander wherever they want. They're almost more threatening when they're not aggroed onto you.
Actually, they can randomly move in your path.
Yeah, because they'll just randomly just jump in complete opposite direction of where they've been, of where they're facing, and you just get caught. Another demon with really funny aggro sounds is Senri here. What you up to?
Yeah, so
What is
we got
Kumpanda? Please stop. What the heck, man?
we got through the area that Jarop were guarding, so our misdirection worked very well. I will move deeper into the city in the search of information about the salt statues and whatnot.
Yeah. This area is huge. It's by far the biggest of the areas.
Yeah, this area is like the size of like 2 vanilla areas combined.
Pretty
Maybe
much.
even more than that. That like Area 3 and COV is huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of essences and side quest stuff that you can do here, but we just skip everything basically again. We're taking the shortest path, but it's still like a pretty damn long way.
It's also really pretty though. I freaking love how this area looks.
It's a very nice looking area.
It's the benefit of finally getting the game off the Switch. You actually get areas that look really good. Because like Area 4 in vanilla looks great in even in vanilla, and this is just like steps up from that.
Area 3 in vanilla was, if you looked up, you could see like angels and demons that looked like puppets hanging on a string.
Yeah.
They didn't have any movement at all. It's pretty terrible looking. I think it's better in Vengeance though.
I believe so. Yeah, it's still like they're still like not doing a ton, but at least it doesn't look quite as bad.
Yeah, so we'll make our way through this path, and there is a Shinjuku Medical Center here for Nocturne fans on your right.
I didn't realize that was Shinjuku Medical Center.
Yeah, it has like the same entrances that it has in Nocturne.
Oh yeah.
There's a bunch of
Fornius there.
that would have been funny. Yeah.
There's a bunch of random Fornius enemies there. That's okay.
But yeah, this there's a lot of talk about this being connected to Nocturne, and I think I agree with that. Timeline adds up pretty well, so that's supposedly where the conception happened in this world as well, which kind of made this whole thing happen. It's never been confirmed, but it lines up better too perfectly.
I like to say that this game takes place after a version of Nocturne's events, but not necessarily the version that we played. Because there's a lot of things that's like, oh yeah, this thing happened, and you're like, oh yeah, that happened in Nocturne. And then there's a couple things that they mention that's like, well, that's not exactly how that went down.
Yeah. So we see Amanosako here, and she escapes, and we will never see him again or see her again.
Yep, she escapes
unless
from
we
the
do
plot.
Unless we do optional side quest stuff, which we will not do. So her part in the story is pretty minor, even though she's like the first thing we meet in the Netherworld.
Yeah, in COC she shows up again for Area 4, but yeah, in COV that is the last time you're required to see her.
Now we enter Orthrus Road. That was pretty nice.
Orthrus is remarkable in being the world's first bad doggo. All doggos are good doggos except Orthrus. That was a very interesting Gur spawn.
Yeah, so this is one of those punishing foes we mentioned earlier, but this one is a flying Gur. He's pretty terrifying. You didn't actually see him very well there because he's flying high up.
Yeah,
If
that
he
was a
catches
really weird
you-
location for him to be. I don't know if I've ever seen him be like that far off to the side before. I guess my movement was just different this time.
Yeah, if he catches you, you're gonna die.
Yep.
Unless you have a smoke ball or Triffery, even
Yeah,
still,
you-
he might kill you turn 0.
Yeah, you might get lucky and somehow like barely survive it. We'll do some more collecting here, more Mitamas, and we'll open a shortcut as well.
Yeah, Syoko and her energy drain.
Yeah, so the way auto battle
Tao
works,
being incapable of killing a Mitama.
the way auto battle works with these Mitamas. So the Mitamas null everything except for their weakness, and if you auto battle and your character doesn't have their weakness or can't do anything, they're supposed to pass, but if they have an almighty skill, they'll use it, and their almighty skills do diddly squat against Mitamas, so they're kind of just wasting their turn and adding a miss risk. So it's pretty annoying that when Yoko learns energy drain, because we have no use for it, and it just makes killing Mitamas harder.
Yeah, preferably we wouldn't learn it, but since she has empty skill slots, she has to learn it. It's annoying. More Ortress.
And then Tao's just bad, so she couldn't kill that Mitama on one hit.
Yeah,
Also, multi-target skills are slightly weaker than single-target ones, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, I think Tao also doesn't have as high of a magic stat usually as Yoko.
No, Tao's stat spread just sucks.
Yeah,
she's
she's
low
more
vitality and low magic, which are the two important stats.
Yeah, I think she's like more towards like luck almost, I think.
I think she's luck and agility mostly.
Yeah, something like
Which
that.
are the two terrible stats.
She's kind of like the support type, while Yoko is more of a like a magic user.
White mage, black mage, basically.
Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it. Yeah. Tao does learn some good healing magic though. Like, she's the earliest source of Mediarama in the game.
She's by far the earliest source of Meteorama, which is actually really good if you actually need healing, but we just don't need healing.
She learns it at level 42, I think. The next Mediarama, next demon who learns Mediarama is like Saraswati at level 49 or something.
Yeah, it's something like that.
So there's a pretty big difference.
Especially because by the time you're that high level, Medea really doesn't cut it anymore.
Yeah.
Save, because fusions.
Yeah, we're gonna do a pretty big fusion chain here. Oh, it's not that big, but decently sized, I guess. Gonna kind of prepare for the next upcoming fight. That's like the first major boss of this area.
Monkey.
At this point, once we have been running around a lot in Area 3, the run kinda turns into a boss rush again. We will do like 6 bosses in very short succession. Or 5. I think 5, yeah.
Is this demon?
If you count Cleo, it's 5.
Cleo.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so interestingly enough, the game actually forces you out of this area to go do the next major boss, which is I've found kind of weird. You have this huge new area, and you're not even gonna put the 2 of the major bosses of the area are not even in the area. You have to leave back to Tokyo to find them.
Yeah, it almost feels like a criticism, like them addressing a criticism of the original being like you didn't spend like any time in real Tokyo or in human Tokyo. And so they just decided, well, we'll just throw a bunch of bosses in the new area or whatever.
Yeah. It also feels like they wanted to do something with Odaiba, because in the original game, Odaiba was 100% optional area for the true ending.
Which honestly was fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. Either way, but I feel like they wanted to incorporate that to the main story, since the Egyptian branch of Bethel, that's kind of their headquarters. So... They kind of wanted to do something with that, I would assume.
So, one of the demons we fused here, Succubus, has a pretty high natural ice affinity. So she's kind of good for the next boss fight who's weak to ice. We also throw Materu Kaja on her, which is a full party attack buff, which, you know, just kind of helps with dealing damage. She also learns a skill that's going to be pretty important for some of the other boss fights. And we also fuse a few more demons as set up for a fusion we're going to do after this fight. But basically what's going on here is we get called back to Tokyo. Miyazu was in the hospital getting treated for, you know, getting attacked by Izeth. And she got kidnapped from the hospital. So we need to go and rescue her. We know who did it. It's Khonsu, who's the leader of Bethel, Egypt. We know where he is. He's in Odaiba. So we have to go there and figure out, you know, why did you kidnap Miyazu? Because Khonsu is supposed to be a member of Bethel and on our side. But before we do that, we have to go have some bro time with Yuzuru and Dazai.
And the game does annoying things to our party.
Looks like
Anytime
yeah.
a guest
Yeah,
joins your party, they get forced into your party. Or anytime a guest joins you, they get forced into your party, which is almost never in the order that you want them to be.
Yeah, it's usually just a minor inconvenience, because at least they don't do it and then immediately throw you into a fight, except for in the tutorial, and one instance of it in the end game, which I'm really surprised they did it that way, because it's kind of stupid. But here we actually have a lot of guest characters in our party. We have 4, Tao, Yoko, Yuzuru, and Dazai.
So yeah, before sorry.
No, as you say, Dazai is kind of useful because he has Cautious Cheer, which is a full party defense and agility buff. Yoko has some dark skills, so she can at least hit Isis here, is weak to dark. Tao and Yuzuru are kind of useless here, though. I guess Yuzuru has Buffalo, so we bring him out. Guest characters in this game are actually generally fairly well balanced. They're not like so weak that they're useless, but they're also not so strong that you would use them over demons. They kind of have they did a good job of giving them a proper place in standard party compositions. I actually really like how they implemented guest characters in this game.
Yeah, the only exception is, like, Yoko's generally so strong that you'll use her in your party the whole game, that you have access to her, but, like, even then there's still fights that she's not, like, the best for.
Like, she's great for killing Mitamas, and if you don't have a source of, like, fire or elect or dark, she's great, but if you have something else, usually that something else is better.
Yeah, we're talking about use case for guest characters. Yeah. At least,
Yeah,
like,
I was
Yoko's
saying
hardly
that-
ever a bad option, I guess is a good way of putting it.
Yeah. She's a very, like, all-purpose magic dealer who you slot into your party if you don't have anyone better, but she's not, like, so good that you would use her over an actual well-built demon. Primarily because you can't use essences on guest characters in this game, so you can't give them, like, Playromas or any extra special skills. They just have what they have.
Yeah, so we got through those bodyguards, and we now finally get to talk to Khonsu, who has Miyazu kidnapped. Konsu is actually a fairly tricky fight. He's weak to ice, but he uses a variety of different skills. He has strong physical attack. His unique attack Karnak hits very hard. He also uses light and fire magic. And he's pretty damn bulky. But the way his AI works is that if he spots a weakness in your party, he automatically tries to exploit it. So the way his AI can be manipulated is having demons in your party that are weak to fire and light, and that way he will never actually use Karnak, and he will alternate between using his light magic and fire magic.
Yeah, the exploitable part of this pattern is that he always starts with fire, then light, then fire, then light. He doesn't ever randomize those attacks, so dampeners, as long as you have the proper weaknesses in your party, dampeners kind of just break him. And this is also the first instance of dance. So like I said, dance increases the number of hits that random targets skills do to their maximum. So Ice Breath would normally only hit twice, and with Pandemonic it would hit between 2 and 4 times. With Dance active, it hits 7 times. So it's a pretty substantial increase. And it's even more damage than just using a regular crit turn in single target situations. In multi-target situations, Dance is really bad.
He should be dead on this turn. We should have just enough MP for it.
Did you let Racunda wear off?
No. No, MC just never has enough MP for that last one.
I didn't see Racunda on him, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh, I refreshed Racunda, unless I hit Secunda on
That
accident.
does matter. It was fine.
Oh, that's Konsu. Casually, he can be a bit of a pain. You saw us hitting him for like 6 turns and, dancing and abusing ice and full debuffs and buffs. He's pretty bulky, yeah.
Yeah, I remember this fight being pretty hard casually, because if you don't understand how his AI works, and it's not very clear, it's actually a really hard fight.
Alright, very important dialogue choice coming up. For whatever reason, this specific dialogue prompt gives a crap ton of alignment points.
Yeah, Yoko basically asks you if it's okay to trust demons, and trusting demons is the chaos.
Do you think we
Chaos
can really
choice here,
afford to believe a
and
demon's
it's a substantial amount.
or not? You know
It's
what
enough that
demons
even
can
though
be
we've been
like.
like
Would we be
primarily
fools
picking
to
chaos
trust them?
options, if we were to pick the law option here, it would put us like right in. It would put us into neutral.
Huh.
It's a surprisingly large amount of alignment points just from that one question.
Yeah, Area 3 seems to have the majority of alignment, like the big alignment choices happen in Area 3 and 4. So there's a couple very important choices here. In the speedrun, we can afford to miss 1 or 2 and still end up on the alignment that we want, but it's fairly precise still.
If you're playing this game casually and you want a way to check your alignment, if you're on the Tokyo map, if your character icon is spinning clockwise, you're on the law alignment. If it's spinning counterclockwise, you're chaos. And if it doesn't spin, you're neutral. Why they have such a convoluted system to figure that out? Well, because it's tradition. It's been that way since SMT1.
Yeah, it's homage to the older SMT titles at this point. Some other SMT games handle alignment differently, where you can check it by talking to certain NPCs, like in SMT4, but Vengeance decided to go with the old school way of doing it.
Which, to be fair, I prefer the old school way over what SMT4 does.
Yeah.
It's way too much to ask to just have some kind of meter or something in the pause menu that you could look at any time.
Yeah, I mean, Strange Journey, at least, like, you have pretty immediate feedback as to what your alignment is, based on your name color.
Yeah, with the name changing color, yeah. But even that doesn't really tell you how far into an alignment you are.
Yeah.
You can be like, I mean, you see it when it turns, obviously, then you can kind of think that, okay, I just turned into chaos, but after that, it's hard to keep track of it. Although Strange Journey has a way to change your alignment, like how you want.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, now we fuse Alice, who for some reason got buffed in Vengeance.
Yeah.
Even though she was
Alice
already one of the
an
best demons in the game.
Yeah.
Nice.
She's incredibly strong in vanilla, and they decided she wasn't strong enough, so they decided to buff her unique skill Die For Me. Die For Me is also a random target attack, so it benefits from Pandemonic. And we will fairly immediately show off just how crazy strong it is. Her stats are also pretty min-maxed for magic.
Yeah, this upcoming fight is kind of a good showcase on how broken things can get quickly in this game.
Yeah.
We're gonna be defeating a level 60 demon while we are 20 levels lower than her.
61 demon even.
Yeah, 61, so 21 levels lower.
It's the second side quest we're actually going to do, and it's the longest side quest we're going to do in this run, but I promise you it's worth it.
We're not even going to turn in the side quest either. Well, hopefully we're
That's
not.
true, we never turn in the side quest.
Ideally, we never
turn
turn in the side quest. If I hit the wrong button, then we'll turn in the side quest. But
yeah. So a quick note about DLC and the rules around DLC. DLC in this game is banned. The exception being stuff that was DLC back in vanilla, but is no longer DLC in Vengeance. It's just part of the base game. So that would be Cleopatra, Artemis, Mephisto. Did I forget anybody?
Demi-Fiend and the Fiends.
Oh, well,
yeah. And Demi-Fiend and the Fiends, yes. So those are all fair game.
Yeah, the current DLC, Konohana Sakuya and Dagdar are banned. If they weren't banned, you wouldn't really be able to make any use of them anyway, but yeah.
The Mitama DLC is also banned, and that is for very good reason, because it would be a very boring run if you were allowed to use that.
Well,
Yakshini, Sakazumi.
So yeah, we'll be making Yakshini here. She's another demon who has Pandemonic Feast. And one skill that Sakubus learned that Shaggy kinda mentioned earlier is called Tonu Makichi. And what Tonu Makichi does, it's basically a concentrate, but for your ally. So giving it to Yakshini as a support character, she can use that on, for example, on Alice.
Yeah. The only reason we use Yakshini at all is because she's a Pandemonic Feast user that can easily be fused from Succubus, so we can pass Dona Majisi, because we want specifically someone who has Dona Majisi and Pandemonic Feast for this fight.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting you.
No, yeah, that's fine. I was just thinking, how much does the Dona Makichi boost? Is it, how much is that?
1.4.
I think it's 1.5. It's 1.4? Okay.
It's either 1.4 or
okay,
1.5.
yeah. Yeah, I was thinking 1.5, but I can play 1.4 as well, yeah.
So it's less than like Charge or Concentrate would be, but because you can use it on an ally, it's a good action for a support character to take. And since we're going to be relying heavily on Alice for our damage here, any support skills we can throw her way are very helpful.
Yeah. So if you haven't seen this fight before, this is a really cool fight in my opinion.
I was very happy that I managed to make this work.
Fusion accidents are way too inconsistent to like ever have any sort of route around. To answer a question in the chat.
In Vanilla 5, I experimented with that a little bit, and there's a couple instances where it could be useful, but not very consistent, no.
So anyway, this is Cleopatra. She's level 61. We are currently level 40. So we are really not supposed to be doing this quest this low level. But with the power of Alice, we can do it. So we're going to open up with Dance here just to start off some damage. We can't kill her in one turn, obviously. We can get a good chunk of the way done. So what we're going to do here is we're going to taunt with MC, because MC, we put a null light on him, and we're going to throw up an ice dampener, because Cleo will generally either normal attack, use Mabufudine, or Hamabarian. Unfortunately, her luck stat is kind of high, so if she ignores the taunt, you're kind of screwed. So like we said, that taunt is not 100% reliable. The ways you lose this fight are either she ignores the taunt, or she just crit punches MC. Because even though she's not a physical demon, since she's so high level, her punches really hurt. Ideally, she'll either just hit your nulls, and then just let you charge your Magatsuki back up, and then we can kill her on the second attack. We really need to kill her before we get too deep into this fight, because she'll start using Frolic. And Frolic both reduces your defense and attack to minimum, and has a high chance of charming your entire party. So if she were to use it, we're totally screwed.
Yeah, so we have the damage set up in a way where we don't push her too low, so she will never use it, and then we want to finish her in one go from relatively high HP.
Yeah.
To kind of avoid that altogether. In an ideal world, it works like that.
We're also going to, before we use the next Magatsuki turn, we're going to set up Concentrate on Alice, so she just does that much more damage. The other skill we gave MC is Evergreen Dance, which is a skill that just gives you more Magatsuki bar. You can only use it once per turn, however. And we're also going to, during this turn, we're going to dismiss Voiver, which looks like a really weird action to take, but what it does is actually gives Alice a third action in this turn, which allows us to combine with Dona Magisi, as well as a little bit of extra damage from MC, is just barely enough to kill Cleo.
Yeah, so there's a 4-turn kill on a demon who is 20 levels higher than us.
Yeah.
And with this, yeah, the reason we do this is we can, after the quest is done, we get Cleopatra into our party.
Yeah. Cleopatra just joins you, which means now we have a level 61 demon in our party. And it's also a former DLC demon, and DLC demons usually have some pretty cracked affinities and skills.
Yeah, so Cleopatra specifically has access to Hamabarian and very high light affinity, and before we mentioned the Frolic. She also has good ice affinity, I believe, and decent force affinity as well.
Yeah, +6 light, +5 force, +5 light, and maxed out support and healing affinity, which we don't actually use that. We do take advantage of her Frolic skill, because now we have a single action skill that both reduces enemies' defense to minimum and their attack to minimum, which are both useful.
Yeah, so you see Frito kind of running around there to avoid the moon cycle being new before doing these fusions. Otherwise, the chance of an accident is elevated.
Yeah, we're gonna fuse Hayataro here. Hayataro is not a DLC demon, but he's kind of he's a demon you're not really normally have access to at his level. So he's another demon that has some pretty cracked skills and resistances.
Yeah, Hayataro
Of course.
Hayataro in vanilla and in COC is alignment demon as a bonus demon that you get like. Oh, that's accident, yeah.
Fusion accidents in this game are super mean because
you can't skip the cutscene.
You can't skip the cutscene, so it's faster to just reset the whole game.
It's also pretty low chance when it's not like full or new moon, so
Yeah, it's very rare, and we don't do that many fusions in this run, so typically you can get through a run without a fusion accident.
yeah. But again to Hayataro, in vanilla and COC, he's a demon you get at the end of the game at level 40, which is really weird. You get like once you lock yourself into chaos in COC, you get Hayataro. Well, you're maybe at level 80 at that point. Hayataro's still level 40, but in COV he got moved up to. You can fuse him as a special fusion at level 40.
Yeah,
And
so you actually get to use him.
Yeah, and he has very good skills. He has very good unique skills. He has Carnage Fang, which does ludicrous amounts of damage when it crits. He has Witness Me, which we talked about before. He has Sun's Radiance, which is decent utility skill. We will not be using that though. But that's
We don't
another.
actually really use any of his unique skills.
Yeah, that's kind of true. He has also. Wait, does he have? He has resist physical, right? I believe.
Yeah, we mainly take him because he's got resist physical, null elect. He learns enduring soul, which is actually
Right.
really helpful, and he starts with +3 support. So we want him primarily as a Tetrakarn user, actually, and so having a demon that's very strong defensively, but also has enough MP and support affinity to use Tetrakarn is kind of the real reason we want him.
Where am I?
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't get to see the results of fusion accidents in runs because it wastes too much time.
The fusion accident animation takes forever.
It's like almost a minute.
And you still have to reset after that.
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
still have to
yeah.
reset anyway, so. Alright, my party order is gonna get screwed up by Yuzuru anyway.
Yuzuru joining. I always get baited by that.
I was like, oh, I can change my party because I'm in the World of Shadows. Wait.
It's kind of funny if we for some reason in a casual playthrough decided to get Cleo at this point and then didn't take any statues beforehand. We could boost her up to like level 70 at this point with all the statues if we collected them.
Yeah, you could totally do that. It's not really worth it, but you totally could.
So you would have level 70 demon when you're fighting like level 45,
when
level
you're
47.
level 40th, yeah.
Yeah.
We do take one statue on her because we want her to learn Mazandine, which is very useful for one particular fight a little bit later. And she won't learn it naturally because, she's way over leveled.
She doesn't gain any EXP basically, so the statue will kind of just get her a full level. And we cannot use a Grimoire on her because MC's level is way lower than her, so
Yeah.
statue is the way to go.
Alright, so we found out that, we didn't mention this before, the whole thing with the salt was basically Mastema, the angel, has been turning humans into salt to stop the Kadishtu from draining their Megatsui. Because the Kadishtu seem to be needing to drain everyone's Megatsui in order to perform some sort of ritual.
Yeah, it's typical SMT logic, where it's like the Chaos guys are doing bad things with using humans as energy, so our solution to that is just going to be to kill people so they can't do that.
Yeah, in this case, people who get turned into salt can be reverted, so they're not technically dead. But yeah.
Yeah, but Masama's like, well, if you deal with the Kadishtu for me, then I guess I don't have any reason to be turning people into salt, and so we find where one of the Kadishtu's Megatsui traps that they set up is, and we're going to go and try to see if we can do something about that. Unfortunately, Yakumo and Nua kind of had the same idea, but rather than deactivating the trap, they want to wait here for the Kadishtu to show up. so that they can kill them, and we don't want to sacrifice humans for that, so we're gonna fight them.
Yeah, this boss fight's a bit weird. Normally, bosses get 2 press turns, so if you have 2 of them, they get a total of 4. Like, back when Nama and Glacial Loveless, you had to fight them, they had 4 turns. These only get 1 each, so they only have a total of 2, which is pretty abusable, because Yakumo always goes first, and his attacks are pretty set. Like, he uses Elect twice in a row, then he usually uses Fizz. So you can really cheese this fight just with dampeners. One rather irritating thing about this fight is Nua's innate skill. We would love to be taking advantage of Die For Me on Alice, but you notice we're not using it. That's because Nua resists Dark, which normally wouldn't be a problem. But her innate skill, whenever she gets hit with 2 skills that she resists, the next turn they will get an extra press turn, which would result in our death. So we can't use Die For Me because it'll hit Nua and cause that to happen. So instead we have to use Madoon.
Yeah, you need to use a Fist Dampener at this turn.
Yeah, I know. I needed to get the Inflaming up as well. Like, there was 3 things I needed to do that turn, so...
Right.
Yeah, that turn order is fine.
Yeah.
Right, should do some drop now.
Once Yakumo's dead, there's really not much threat left, because Nua only gets 1 press turn and generally only uses Force, so you can kind of just use Force dampeners and she can't really do anything. She is weak to fire, which is a bit awkward, because our fire damage is not very good, but you're not really under threat, so it isn't a problem.
Yeah, she's weak enough to the point that we don't need to invest into like a composition with a lot of fire damage.
Yeah,
we can just take her down with what we have, and should be good enough. Also, we want to keep full bar for the next fight, so we are not using our Magatsui here on purpose. Yeah.
I told you, the world of humanity has no need for those who side with demons.
He makes a good point.
So what siphons a lot? Basically, there was a device there that was draining life force out of humans in order to use for a evil ritual. TLDR.
Yeah, Kadishtu are basically trying to summon their ancient god, but they need Magatsui to do that. And the way you get Magatsui is by harvesting negative energy from humans by causing despair and anguish on them.
Yeah, so not ideal stuff.
MC Hytaro Cleo.
So after we manage to shut that down, we're gonna move on to the next area, which we'll have to fight the next member of the Kadishtu.
That was scary.
The best girl, aka Agrat, who is also the fortune teller that we were talking about earlier on in the story.
Is she the crow as well, or does she just...
Mastama is the crow.
No. Yeah, Mastama is the crow. Yeah.
He was just following her so he could instantly
I forgot that.
anyone that she talked to.
Yeah. So we use the grind rail to get to the next section of the city, and this is basically where we get a small mini game with Agret. With yeah, a lot of these shadow clones that are lurking around trying to pick a fight with us.
Yeah, these shadow clones spawn randomly, and they can actually have a pretty high chance of killing you if they catch you. So this part can be a bit sketchy.
Yeah, Agret has a very strong, unique skill called Queen's Decree that it can hit that hits up to 12 times, and it's almighty damage that can crit. So she uses that if she catches you here.
Yeah, her AI is also kind of mean in that if she does get a crit, she will use Queen's Decree again, and she will keep doing so until she either runs out of press turns or doesn't get a crit. And because it's 12 hits, one of them is pretty likely to crit.
Yeah, and 2 of them will wipe you, basically. But this is the actual fight with Agret, and since we have Cleopatra here, our setup for this fight is extremely strong.
Yeah,
so
this is if you don't die turn 1, you just win.
Yeah, if you blink, you will miss this part of the fight. That happens really quickly.
Yeah, so Frolic reduces her defense and attack down to minimum, which helps us survive. Queen's Decree, yeah, okay. As long as nobody died, just use Dance and then bring in Yakshini, so we get Pandemonic, and then MC Hayatara spams Shockbound, Cleo spams Wind Breath, and she just dies.
Yeah, so this setup is like, it's a really funny 2-turn kill. We have excess damage, we don't even need to use the Donu Magichi there.
Yeah,
we just have so much damage that she dies in 2 turns. Her AI is also pretty abusable with dampeners.
Yeah, I remember while we were routing this, we came up with a ton of very complex strategies for this fight until I settled on, let's just get Cleo, and it trivializes that fight.
Yeah, for this fight, you could do this pretty, like, abusing the AI without Cleo, but where Cleo really shines, it's the next fight.
Yeah, the main reason we decided, yes, Cleo is worth getting is the next boss fight. And for those who have played this game, the next boss fight is by far the hardest fight in the main story.
Yeah.
We had a really complicated 8-turn kill for the next boss fight that required a decent amount of RNG to go in our favor, but Cleo brings that fight down to 4 turns and makes it a lot more consistent.
It still requires some RNG to go in your favor. That's kind of unavoidable, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Primarily because Cleo has +6 light and Homabarian, which is the severe damage light skill, and the main boss is weak to light. We also have Strategize.
Yeah, it works out really well.
Come on, there we go. My cycles are a bit whack this run.
Well,
so the first thing we need for the next boss fight is they will always open with the same thing, which is to charge their Magatsui, then use their unique skill Kudishtu Entropy, which both does severe almighty damage, has a chance of charming, and basically full heals them whenever they use it. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that our party can actually survive that attack. So we need to put Lifespring on MC, and then he's got enough to survive. We need to get Hayataro Enduring Soul, which anytime you take fatal damage, you survive and are full healed once per battle. Cleo can just survive it naturally because she's very tanky. And then we're also going to fuse Anubis, who is a fairly high level with decent light affinity for some extra damage. We're going to make sure to give him Lifespring, and we're going to make sure to buff his defense so he can tank Kudishtu Entropy. And as long as we survive that, we then just need to do some damage while setting up for a strategized turn and let Cleo go to town.
Yeah, this is the fight where we use Tetrakarn, and what Tetrakarn does is, if enemy, it repels physical damage, so ideally we use Taunt and Tetrakarn and hope that the enemy hits into our Tetrakarn. The enemy Aishet will use random target physical damage, and our goal is to set up couple Tetrakarns to make the chances of her hitting into the Tetrakarn a bit higher.
Yeah, one of the important things to note about this fight is the turn order that a Kadishtu get. Lilith goes first, then Izeth goes second, and then Nama third and Agrit last. We really don't want Nama or Agrit to get their turns because they do really bad stuff. So we either want Lilith to hit a Tetrakarn so they lose all their turns, or Izeth to hit a Tetrakarn. Lilith's attacks are fairly scripted. She'll either use a support skill or a normal attack. So we, and Izeth generally will use random target fizz skills. So the way this fight can go wrong is if either Izeth's attack go around your Tetrakarns, or if Lilith ignores taunt. So you can see there, you look at the damage, like MC would have died to that if we didn't put Lifespring on him. And then we make sure to go out of our way to pick up an Amrita Shower so we can cure both charms, because that's fairly likely to charm you. And now we just need to set up a couple of Tetrakarns. We also have to heal Cleo, because otherwise she could die to Axel Claw dubs, and we need more MP on her anyway, so a Soma Droplet is really convenient. We're going to Tetrakarn both MC and Anubis, so they won't die. Okay, so as long as it hits Tetrakarn, you're good.
Now we just hope that the taunt works like it's supposed to, and then we should be winning.
Yeah. Annoyingly, Lilith's unique skill Mother Earth is Dekunda, so she removes the defense debuffs that we put on her. We also need to bring in Yoko here in order to actually use Strategize. Not everyone can use Strategize. Another thing that Anubis has is his innate skill buffs your light damage, so you do kind of want him in your party.
Alright, good fight.
Yeah. And then Cleo Strategize just goes to town.
Yeah, the unique quirk about this fight, which is kind of nice, is that you get an essence of the demon that you kill, but since we only kill Lilith, we only get Lilith's essence, so we don't get Akrat essence or Nama essence or Aishet essence, so we miss out on those. Most important.
Nothing on those essences is all that game changing. Thankfully.
There's
casually Nama gives you early debilitate, and Agrit has a lot of has both Agi Baryon and Bufu Baryon, but for the speedrun, it doesn't really matter. And Aisha exists.
Yeah, she has some physical
skills.
She has
critical zealot, which by this point you don't really need that.
Yeah, you get access to critical zealot in the next area anyway, and you don't have the proper tools to make use of it yet anyway.
Yeah. But Lilith's essence has high force play aroma on it, which is actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of things happen in these cutscenes.
We're a ninja.
There's always tricky part to summarize. There's like 8 different cutscenes that happen. So we turn into a different form. That's because Aogami died, and we fused with the Prime Minister,
who was actually Tsukiyomi the whole time.
Yeah, so we have a different Nahobino form now. Tao dies again. Right?
Yuzuru dies. Yeah, Tao dies, Yuzuru dies, Nua dies.
Tiamat gets summoned, which is the horned god that the Kadishtu worship. So now there's Tiamat is on the loose.
Yeah, the Kadishtu basically succeed their plan.
Yeah,
but they all die in the
to have been
process.
working with the Kadishtu the whole time.
Oh yeah.
Abdiel and Dasai kind of betray us and try to become a Nahobino themselves.
Yeah, and that's where
they-
Yuzuru
they-
dies, is Abdiel kills Yuzuru
Yeah.
when he's separated from, or when he's not around
and we-
Tsukiyomi.
And we don't get killed because Aogami died, so we are no longer a Nahobino threat, but they don't know the fact that we can also fuse with Tsukiyomi, who is a proto-fiend similar to Aogami, so that's why we're able to fuse with him. And Mastema appears to basically say that we were supposed to defeat Kadishtu, and we suck and we're bad. And tells us about a place called Shakan, which is a angel stronghold that holds some sort of MacGuffin. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah, so the Shekinah Glory, which is the thing that recreated Tokyo when it was pulled into the Netherworld, is located in, like, the power source of that is located in the heart of Shakan. And the Kadishtu, or Yoko in this case, are after it to take its power so that she can reclaim... Because Yoko is also supposed to be a goddess of creation, but she was rejected by God and sealed away, which is why she agreed to work with the Kadishtu in revenge for being sealed away. And so she wants the Shekinah Glory so she can reclaim her power as a goddess of creation.
Yeah, you could even say that she wants vengeance.
You could definitely say that, yes. I really
So we like to
Shakan.
refer to these guys. Sorry, there. I was gonna say we like to refer to these guys as the Dark Block Bros, because they use Dark Block.
Yep.
This fight, for the longest time, was really hard because these guys go first. There's 4 of them. They hit really hard, and they're surprisingly tanky. But then we put Cleo in the route, and she has Mazandine and High Force Pleroma, and they're all weak to Force. And we also have Dona Magishi and Inflaming Divinity, so now they just die, and that fight is like 100% consistent.
Yeah, so this dungeon is a counterpart to the COC Demon King Castle dungeon. And yeah, I don't like Shakan.
I
personally.
love Shakan.
Shakan is okay.
Compared to
I like
Demon
Demon
King's
King Castle better.
It's fantastic. I freaking hate Demon King's Castle.
Only problem with Demon King Castle is it's too long. If it was slightly shorter, it would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, the second stratum of TKC kind of drags on a little bit too long. But, yeah. So there's a lot of chaos demons around here. We just need to make our way through this. There's a puzzle where interacting with this kind of switch flips the room upside down. So that's what we kind of need to navigate through.
Yeah, I strongly dislike the flipping puzzles, which is why I don't really like this place. Otherwise, it's fine. I also don't really like the demons appearing in the random... Well, not randomly, they're all set. But,
Yeah.
you know, like they make mazes by having demons just pop up in the way.
I think the puzzles are neat.
The annoying thing about these switches is that you can only enter them from one side as well.
Thankfully, that side is highlighted, so you can just see it, but it's not super clear. So you might not notice it casually, and you'll just go up to the wrong side and be like, why does this switch not work?
Yeah, it's pretty disorientating as well. There are some good essences here as well if you are willing to put in the time to use the puzzles and get to them, but we only pick up a couple things here.
Yeah, we pick up one thing. What do we pick up? Is it
We
just
pick
for
up the
Endure?
Kinky Essence and the Attract Pipes.
Right, that's for just for Endure, right? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because we had we thought about picking up the Black Frost essence instead with Endure, but we settled for the Kinky one.
Yeah, because Kinky is slightly faster.
Yeah.
I keep going the wrong way.
Also, it's kinkier, so
Yeah, I can write Kinky spelled Kinky in my notes. Just
Young man,
Young man.
This dungeon has the earliest access you can have for to get Dragon Eye, which is the upgraded version of Beast Eye. So that's pretty good, but we don't really get it. We have other ways of getting it later.
We don't immediately need it.
There's also Fire Pleroma in here, which is kinda useful. There is a boss in the 4th area that you can reasonably beat with fire, but we have a different setup for that. At some point we were looking into fire setups, but Dan
I tried very hard to do that and couldn't get it to work.
Yeah, Dan
That was the
wasn't
most depressing day in Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance routing.
Yeah.
The day we realized that we would never be free of strategize.
Yeah. Dan's is just quite not strong enough at the level we are to cut it, so we kind of have to rely on a different strat.
It's close. Like a lot of the fights are still winnable, but
yeah,
they're
not
a lot
really
slower. And I didn't even make it to the late game to start experimenting with no strategized strats. I was pretty sure it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
If I can't even get past Beelzebub, there's no way I'm beating Tiamat.
Right. The thing about Beelzebub is that you can beat him with solo MC and he cannot kill you, which is pretty funny, but also like really slow.
Insanely slow, unfortunately. It also requires... did it require Nahabiho Essence? I think it did.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
It was a very awkward set of essences you needed to do that as well.
Yeah, thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it.
It is what I did in my casual playthrough, though, because I'm one of those kind of degenerates.
Well, at that point you were already testing potential stuff for speedrunning. Yeah, this is another boss fight that's coming up. We defeated the Dark Block Bros earlier. This time we have to fight a mini-boss, aka the Cherubs, which we were too scared to fight like an hour ago.
But now we're filled with incredible rage, so we're gonna fight them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are weak to dark. They have a quirk about them. They spend their turns. First turn they will concentrate. Second turn they will charge Makatsui, and then they will attack you with force. If you happen to kill one of them before the other, they go on kind of like a genocide mode and start using their piercing light attack. That will definitely kill you. So the trick about this fight is to just kill them on the same turn so they don't go into their annihilation mode or whatever.
Yeah, but since they're weak to dark, it's not even relevant to the speed run because we can just dance die for me. Use the same strat we used for Cleo, essentially.
Yeah.
And just win easily.
I've seen a lot of people play this casually and they don't really realize that, so they kill one of the cherubs and then they get nuked and then they're like, huh? What just happened?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. So there is a bit of a quirk to the fight, but it's nothing too difficult.
It's kind of a stupid gimmicky fight.
We're really close to the end of this dungeon already. Just before I hit the end, I need to fill my Magatsui bar back up. So you'll see me, since we have to take these 2 Ifrit fights anyway to avoid taking a really roundabout path. I'll just do a quick evergreen on MC just to make sure my meter is good before the next boss.
Yeah.
Also, it works out well because these guys block the way, so you either have to fight them or treffery them. There's no good way to get around them, so...
That's a weirdly placed early. Actually, no, that's fine. Alright, we're on Shakan. Just have a boss left.
Yeah. And this is another repeat of a boss that is from Vanilla. It's another boss that's weak to dark, so it's completely trivialized by Alice.
Yeah, Abdiel has a quirk where she will only target MC.
Yeah, she only targets MC and only uses physical skills.
Right. She's on a loop where she does physical, and then light, I believe. But she's dead before she has a chance to use the light attack.
Let's go.
What's also really nice about it is that she tends to really like to use Pierce Armor there, which lowers her defense, so even more damage. Not that it matters anyway, she would still be dead.
Yeah, it's the same number of attacks, but yeah, I guess in case there's some stupid low damage roll, maybe it would matter.
Nice. Wow, I golded that split by a lot.
Nice.
Nice.
Good Chacon movement.
I'm guessing you're
yeah,
still
I
on.
think that might be the first time I haven't died in Chacon to dumb movement, so...
Yeah, I think you're still on the green, right? I would assume.
I'm 2.5 minutes ahead of PB.
Nice. So we are
Yeah, this run's
officially
been
on
going well.
PP watch as well.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with this grind. My area 4s have been rather slow the last couple runs I've done.
Yeah, so that's the end of Area 3. Going to Area 4.
Yeah, all of our friends are dead.
But it's okay, because we have our uncle with us still. Our quote uncle. / brother.
I'll tell you everything I know.
Yeah. Entering into Area 4 sees a pretty large spike in the level of enemies generally, and the next main story bosses are way too high level to realistically fight with our current setup. So we're actually gonna... They're in the 70s, right?
Is it 70? Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
I think it's 70 or 72, something like that. And we're level 47. So we're going to need to do some grinding. This game introduces items called attract pipes. What they do is they drastically increase the chance of getting follow-ups, particularly if you start an encounter with lots of other enemies around in the Sorry.
Come, look, Tokyo fades like the setting sun. Time is almost up. Sorry, I had to do that. As you're saying.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking about grind. So yeah, attract pipes work really well for getting follow-ups if you initiate an encounter with lots of enemies around in the overworld. And follow-ups give you large amounts of bonus experience. The more follow-ups you get, the more bonus experience you get. So basically, we're going to go to an area where there's a Nebrios that summons a bunch of Decarabias, and those all count as overworld enemies. So we'll pop an attract pipe and attack the Nebrios, and then hope we just get a crap ton of follow-ups. And we'll have Cleo wipe the floor with them, and then get tons of experience to catch up to where we want to be to fuse the party that will last us for the rest of the game.
Yeah, at this point, Cleopatra has the high force pleroma from the Lilith Essence and Mazendine, so she does a lot of damage.
Yeah,
from here on out, MC is gonna take on more of a supportive role.
Yeah, no more damage. We're actually gonna respec him into Vitality a little bit later, just... You know, it's not necessary, but it's like we have the New Testament tablet anyway, so we might as well.
Yeah, and MC is gonna be support anyway, so what's the harm? But before we get to grinding, we're gonna collect some items around here because there is some good stuff around here. These are pretty high level demon essences that we get, so we have access to new skills that we wouldn't have in earlier areas. There's a lot of good passives here, like Fistful Aroma and Critical Zealot. There's things like... what else do we pick up here?
Oh, that's nice. One of those
Pick up High Restore.
We get Luster Candy.
Oh yeah, High Restore, Luster Candy, Debilitate. We pick up all that stuff.
Right.
Do we pick up Debilitate? I can't remember.
We pick up Debilitate, we don't pick up Luster Candy.
Wait, doesn't...
We don't use Luster Candy at all this run.
Right, we don't need Luster Candy because of Inflaming Divinity.
Right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, we get Debilitate from Ara Habaki, though.
So what does Lachesis give us?
Boon
Because
Boost.
we pick her... Oh, right. Yeah, Boom Boost. Okay, that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. True.
What Boon Boost does is it increases the number of turns your buffs last for. So instead of lasting for 3 turns, they'll last for 4.
Instead of 2 turns, they'll last for 3, I guess. Or...
3 for 4. Or, yeah, it's
3 for 4, yeah. They start flashing
yeah.
after 2, but they're still active.
Right.
You,
Okay.
you usually refresh them after 2, but
Right.
You let them wear off, they last for 3.
Right.
Alright, I actually have a decent number of Gospels this time. I didn't get worst possible luck.
Yeah, so this is the spot where we will grind, and we... how many Gospels did you have?
I had 8.
You had 8. So that's 50...
So you can count on like 11
53.
for sure if you don't even grab the second Kusi.
Oh no, actually it's...
Yeah, I don't grab the
Did you
second Kusi, but...
8. That's...
If you get 2 from the partner
Yeah.
spot Kusi and then the
Yeah,
other partner spot one.
There we go. So you need only like 51? Is that right?
that sounds right. And I got the
Yeah, if you get
Fafnir
11.
counter, so I should be good.
Okay.
It seems like a good grind.
So at this point, our goal is level 62. That's what we need to
51.
fuse the party that we want. So that is what we will be going for.
So yeah, so I'll just scum for 2 from the partner Kushi.
Yeah, you should be
Yeah,
fine.
that was a great grind. Very good gospel luck. You have gotten some extra ones then.
Yeah, I've gotten 2
being
extras.
being able to do that grind without having to do a second encounter chain is very nice.
Yeah. In an average run, you would have to do 2 of them, and any more than 2 is pretty bad. Grinding
Yeah.
luck-wise. Being able to do it on only 1 is great. Assuming that this gospel drop gives us 2.
Yeah, so
Which is-
Kusimitamas actually have a random chance to drop 1, 2, or 3 Gospels. The later in the game they are, the more likely they are to drop more. These Area 4 Kusis are pretty likely to drop 2. I forget what the chances are.
I think the chances are 20% to get 1, 70 to get 2, and 10% to get 3.
Yeah, so more than
I
likely
think-
you get 2.
Yeah, I remember that being quoted.
That sounds about right.
I might...
Missing that's pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Here.
There we go. I can actually just use Cleo for this one, so... And I got 2, perfect.
Alright. We are good to go for the late game then.
Ah, shit. Well, that's gonna cost me basically PB, probably.
Oh, did you forget to pick up...
Battle Sutra.
I
Right.
I muscle memoried Panic Warped out of the Fushi, or out
Right.
of the ambush there. Because I'm used to grabbing the pond spot.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. We don't have the pawn spot, so you have to walk all the way back.
So that's probably PB dead, but whatever, it's fine. With how screwed up the footage was at the beginning of this run, I'm kind of glad I don't have to worry about that. since the encoding issues I was having meant that the early game was a slideshow a little bit, but whatever.
Yeah, this battle sutra is something that can't really be skipped because we need it for our damage to work out properly.
Yeah, our damage range specifically for the final boss fight is pretty tight, and you kind of do want everything you can get.
Yeah, in our older route setup, there was a chance that we wouldn't have... It was a damage range to kill the final boss, and it was awful. But
Yeah.
now the damage range is, like, consistent.
Yeah,
But,
it's consistent enough that you're very unlikely to lose it. I have a pretty hilarious clip of in my channel of just barely missing the damage range, and then having him punch into a reflect fizz and killing himself, which...
I didn't even know that you
That's
can miss it
impressive,
on
because
the
I
new
figured
route.
Morningstar would kill you. But...
Morningstar it killed a GOG, and then he punched MC for a reflect.
Oh, that makes sense.
Which was insanely lucky, because you have taunt up on MC at that point, so he ignored the taunt.
I really don't like where that Fafnir is. Yep. One small thing to note about this form that's actually a little bit annoying is that the animation, instead of, having our regular sword, we have this little, like, scythe whip thing. And it's, like, really, really difficult to tell the range on the attack on it.
Yeah, the range seems to be a bit shorter going forward, but it extends a bit more to the side, which is actually a kind of a detriment to it, because then it can accidentally hit like a demon that is on your right instead of hitting the one in front of you.
Yeah, or if you're trying to hit a chest that's near demons, you're pretty likely to accidentally hit the demon and get into a battle.
Yeah,
They
like
tried to get...
that pond area with the Suikis that ambush you. There's some chests that I bypassed, and one of those chests has an essence that we have to buy later that you theoretically could pick up, but because of just how awkward the hitboxes on the whip are, it no longer feels consistent to just grab the whip or grab the essence without getting caught.
If you're good at it, it's faster to just pick it up there because it's right on the way. But,
yeah,
it sucks.
Which is really easy to do in vanilla or in COC. I think they also like slightly moved the Suikis in Vengeance to make it a little bit harder to hit them or to get the chests without getting caught. I think because they moved the Algami essence from in that grouping to being by itself, so they like tightened up the grouping of the Suikis or something.
Something like that. Yeah, it feels very different. So anyway, we see Yakumo here, and he's all depressed that Nua died, and said he's basically giving up on his goals, and he's gonna go do some soul searching. So he's out of the story.
Yeah, there's actually a really cool, like, completely optional series of scenes you can see with Yakumo if you go back to Tokyo, and they let you, like, fuse Nua a little bit earlier than you would, and you get some really cool character moments with him. But it's entirely optional, so we won't see it here.
Yeah,
It's also really easy to miss, because you have to do it before, between that point and getting to the top of Empyrean.
Yeah, and it requires you to go to your school, I believe, which is you don't have anything else to do there, so you don't have a reason to actually visit there, like for anything.
Yeah,
unless
like
you just want to explore.
3 random steps you have to take in order to get access to the scene. That unless you like are looking for it, it was like, why would you ever do this or whatever.
I think it gives context to Nuva saving Yakumo when he was a child or something, and then they started like... Yeah, I don't know, the relationship is a bit weird. I don't remember exactly what...
It's something along those lines, yeah.
Nuva and Yakumo get a bit more screen time in COC. They are like part of the Empyrean stuff and the end game more.
Yeah. They're your neutral reps in the original game, but here they're just kind of they're around, but they're with there being no neutral path, they're kind of just there a lot of the time.
Yeah, this is the part where we kind of use our final party already and respec into Vitality. Now MC is 100% in support duty for the rest of the run.
Yeah.
So we wanted level 62 specifically because it allows us to fuse a demon with what is definitely the most overpowered innate skill in the game by a pretty substantial margin. It's the fan favorite Arahabaki. His innate skill allows you to basically whenever you summon a demon, any support effects that are on Arahabaki will get applied to that demon. So that includes things like buffs, Amogotoki effects, charge status, any shields, Tetrakarn, etc. So the reason why this is absurdly powerful is because you can combine it with Strategize.
How is
And it's
this?
because Strategize lets you unsummon and resummon as free actions. So what you can functionally do is stack charge effects like critical eye, charge, whatever, concentrate, whatever you want to use on a Rahabaki, and then activate Strategize, have a main damage dealer that you unsummon and then resummon, and they will be given all of those charge effects. They can attack, use them, then you can unsummon and resummon them again, completely for free, costing you 0 press turns, getting all those charge effects again, so getting another charge attack off. Then you can do it again, and you can do it up to 8 times in a single turn. And so you can get some just obscene damage with this.
Yeah, the other thing about Strategize is that it's supposed to be balanced by the fact that you can... The Strategize effect is supposed to be lost whenever you swap in a new demon, so that's supposed to limit the amount of absurd things you can do with it. However, the Amagatoki Strategize effect also gets copied from Arahabaki onto the new demon.
Yeah, so you can perpetually just switch around demons at 0 cost. So our choice for damage dealer is Gogmagog. Gog is very good because he's got decent strength. He learns decent skills to start with. Has good physical affinity. I think he starts with +5. And his innate skill is very interesting in that his critical damage increases by, I can't remember, 5% or something.
5%, yes.
Yeah, for every weakness that is in your party. This is great because Gog himself, I think, has 5 weaknesses. Arahabaki has 4 or 5, I can't remember. And then, so like that's a huge amount of extra damage already. And then whatever other weaknesses you have in your party are just gravy. So,
Worth noting, the ability does cap out at 1.5 times damage, but like that's still a crazy high number. So.
I thought it didn't cap, but whatever.
The only one that doesn't
even
cap
if it does.
is Algongan. The other ones
Okay.
will have a cap at 1.5.
1.5 is still a lot of extra damage.
Especially since, like you mentioned before, it stacks multiplicatively with all of your other stuff going on.
Yeah. Additionally, there's a passive skill called Critical Zealot, which boosts your critical damage by, I think it's 45%. Again, stacking multiplicatively. We can stack Fizz Play Romas for more stuff, and then of course you get the actual bonus for critting.
And you have Figment Slash that always crits.
Yeah,
later
or
on, and
in this case, what we're actually the way we're gonna use this is actually using Critical Aura and Rampage. Critical Aura guarantees the attack will crit, and it also gives it 100% accuracy. So right now, we functionally we cannot miss with Gog, and he gets to crit every attack. And we're also going to bring back in Yakshini because she has Pandemonic Feast, and we're using Rampage, which is a random hit skill. So even this far in the game, we're still abusing Pandemonic Feast, and so you can kind of just watch what the rest of the game is going to be like. It's kind of just unsummoning Gog, resummoning him. He gets to attack, do it again.
We lovingly refer to this as Gogmagog Gaming!
Oh yeah, I forgot to put the emote in the chat. Gogmagog Gaming. There we go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, yeah, welcome to the rest of the speedrun.
Your turn. Go.
Yeah, the bosses are not in for a good time.
Let's go.
Alright, despite the shenanigans, I am still barely out of PB by like a minute.
Nice. We also bought what seems like a random pixie, and that's because in order to use Strategize, you need 2 demons in your party that are of particular families. I can't remember all of them, but Jirai and Fairies works, and conveniently, Gogmagog is a Jirai, so we just needed 1 more, so we buy a pixie.
Chirai, Fairy, Beast, and Human, I believe, are the 4.
Right.
Go. Just had to build meter really quick so that we can do it again.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this is kind of a fun gimmick, but in a speedrun setting, it's a bit of a pain to execute. You do a lot of swapping in and out.
Yeah, it's a bit awkwardly slow, but it's still way faster than anything else you can do.
Yeah, for some reason, regardless of what battle speed you set, the summon and unsummon animations all play at the same exact speed, which is as slow as possible, which can make it a little boring. I obviously wouldn't want it to go at like breakneck speed because that would just be a pain in the ass to actually execute, but a middle ground would be cool. This time we elect Damp because we're fighting 2 elect users. Ow. And it is once again time for Gogmagog Gaming! And just imagine you hear a air horn sound there.
Let's go.
Good roll.
There is still some RNG in the Rampage strats, especially in multi-target situations, because you're hitting anywhere from 2 to, I believe, 6 is Rampage's max.
Yeah, you should always have enough damage to kill. It's very unlikely that you don't, but the amount of turns it takes varies quite a bit.
Gog has declared Zeus dead on arrival.
Let's go.
Love to see it. Here, which I don't think really matters, but as well as I have to do when I'm building meter.
Your turn. Go.
Did I say already that Critical Aura gives you 100% accuracy, so we can't even miss while doing this? I think I said that.
Yeah, you did. the only way to get 100% accuracy in this game.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, aside from, like, specific skills that say that they never miss, like Yabusame shot. Oh, hey, I got the visual bug. So there's a
occasionally
weird...
for some...
Oh, yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, on some level ups, it just doesn't display the right background.
Yeah, there's like three spots in the game where it happens. This one, then the fight after Konsu, and then in Fairy Village. Those are like the three level ups where it's the most common.
Look at all the gaming that was just going on right there.
That's a lot of
hi,
bugs.
Mitama. For some reason, the game's not giving me the Mitama music. That's really weird. Huh. Alright, apparently that Mitama is slightly less special than every other Mitama or something.
Overwhelmed by the presence of gaming?
I guess.
So yeah, we defeated Beelzebub and we defeated Odin and Zeus, which give us the keys to enter Temple of Eternity. And that's where we will be headed.
Yep, just have a quick little jaunt through Temple of Eternity, which in vanilla was like one of the most boring parts of the run, but it's actually kind of an interesting section in Vengeance because of the changes to Trifiri.
Yeah, the way Estoma worked in vanilla, it was a skill that you could learn, that demons could learn, and what it did is it completely negated all encounters, so you could literally just run through enemies and they couldn't engage in a fight with you. In this game, it's moved into a miracle, and using it consumes your Magatsui bar to the point where it's not really worth using. So we have to go through Temple of Eternity without Estoma, basically. So now it's in Temple of Eternity. Your movement needs to be kinda good to avoid encounters.
Yeah, there's some actually interesting and fun enemy dodges in this place. There's a lot of enemy configurations are placed to block you, but at no point are you actually forced to, like, go around something. There's always some way you can jank your way through them.
Yeah, the intention with this dungeon is you do what you're required to do here, since you have to go through that. Where there's these red portals that you walk through that stop time, which deactivates all enemies and also makes it so you can't go through any doors in the area. And so ideally what you do is you stop time, you avoid enemies, and then you enter through a green door to resume time. And you kind of finagle between those two things to navigate the area without dealing with the enemies. Or you just can dodge all the enemies.
Yeah, the dodges are sometimes very tricky, or they have the potential to be tricky. It's quite difficult to get through this entire section without getting a single encounter.
This one specifically is a bit of a problem sometimes. There we go.
You usually end up taking at least one encounter.
Yeah. This one, it's not that slow to use the actual time stop mechanics, so you can totally use it there, but it is slightly faster to do the awkward dodge.
There's like a couple sections where it's actually quite a good option to use the time stop, that being one of them, and the other one being in this floor.
I'm just stubborn and I refuse to engage with this dungeon's mechanics.
Yeah, it looks cooler when you pull off the dodges.
Without a doubt.
That was a weird Kali placement. Let's see if I can get you two. There we go, perfect. Alright, and next is the most annoying enemy in the entire game to get dodges on, Hangyoki.
Yeah, their hitboxes are kind of awkward. There's kind of a very specific
Like
line
that.
you can take to slip through.
They fixed most of the hitboxes in this game. All of the hitboxes they didn't fix are on Gyoku's.
Say,
Yeah, that's a pretty tricky dodge. It's a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, I think I was just like pixels too far to the left there. Now you have Chiyu, who you can actually dodge in this, unlike in vanilla, where for whatever reason his hitbox extended all the way across the wall, if memory serves. But they made him an actual.
I honestly don't
dodgeable
even
enemy
remember.
here.
I think you could,
remember.
I think you could dodge them still in vanilla.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I just have like somewhat vivid memories of, for whatever reason, he just like, if he was able to move, then his hitbox was basically almost the whole hallway.
Yeah,
There's a couple of spots where there's two of them across, and that's probably not dodgeable in vanilla. I can believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. So yeah, here you can either go up the stairs and go around or try to dodge again, but that's like the reverse configuration of the Ongyoki, so that's even harder than the earlier ones.
Yeah, these
Ones
are
where they
basically
spawn
easy
like
to dodge.
that is pretty easy. If you're on the wide side of the room like this, then it's a lot easier because they will just walk forward towards you.
Yeah, it's not a problem unless they're blocking like a very narrow pathway.
Or you're coming out of a pathway.
Yeah.
Which I guess was what you meant, never mind. Brain.
No, yeah, anything related to a narrow pathway. Yeah. So finally to the third floor. This floor has some tricky dodges as well. And the Madas sound like waterfalls for whatever reason.
I disagree.
Going through the Ongyos there instead of the Madas. I guess both of them kind of suck.
Yeah, the Madas feel a bit more like inconsistent, but Ongyokis are probably more difficult overall.
This tower is more meant as a test than an actual, like, place where things live. It's meant as, like, the final test to see if a Nahabino is worthy of the, worthy of taking the throne. So it's kind of meant to be a little bit of incomprehensible gibberish.
And then there's the Empyrean, which is the final test.
Hello.
But yeah, this layout is casually quite difficult to get through. It's pretty easy to get lost here if you're not familiar with the layout.
It somehow took me until I started running Vengeance, like, this most recent time to actually, like, remember the layout for, Temple of Eternity, despite running, like, a decent amount of vanilla.
Yeah, I remember using map for vanilla runs at some point.
Yeah, even, like, through the run that Shaggy and I did at Limit Break, I still had to use a map for, for TOE, and it was, like, had world record a couple times by that point, and I still had no freaking idea how to navigate the stupid dungeon. And then I started running Vengeance, and for whatever reason, that was when it finally clicked.
Doesn't help that everything looks the same here.
Yeah.
A moment.
Alright, so we picked up a couple of chests while we were making our way through that area. Specifically, we picked up Chiyu's Essence, and we picked up Odin's Essence. We'll be using Chiyu's Essence now, because it has High Fizz Pleroma on it.
Yeah.
Which, again, stacks with everything else for more damage. And then we'll see the joys of Odin's Essence in a couple fights. But if anyone's familiar with the speedruns of the vanilla game, then you probably know exactly what's on Odin's Essence and what sort of horrible things the bosses who are confronted with the skill on it's going to experience.
It feels far less broken. Yeah, it feels far less broken in this game simply because relative to everything else you can do, it's not that crazy. But back in vanilla, it was absolutely the best skill in the game.
Gaming!
Let's go.
In my splits, I literally just have this and the next split named Gogmagog Gaming in all caps.
Let's go.
Fights are not notable for anything else other than that we're gaming.
Yeah, some of the main boss fights from here on out are a little bit more interesting because we actually have to take some measures to protect our weaknesses as well, so we do some defensive setups as well.
Let's go.
And that's kinda a little bit more interesting than just slapping a defense with, like, defense plus demon.
Metatron gets particularly destroyed by this strategy because he's got a bit lower HP than you would expect because he doesn't have a weakness and they expect that to be a problem and make him harder. But obviously against this crit spam strategy, it doesn't.
Yeah. The next fight, we're gonna head directly into it without getting our bar back. So we have to get our bar back, Makatsui bar back, in the fight itself. And that means we have to survive a few turns.
Young man.
Yeah, leaving here would be kind of awkward, so we don't.
More cutscenes! So, now we're gonna commit some light murder on, Dazai.
Time to dole some out.
And, Abdiel's fallen now for some reason. That's not ever explained why she actually falls in vengeance mode.
I assume it's just because being a Nahabino is technically forbidden, so doing that counts as defying God and therefore makes you fallen.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny, because, like, that's, you know, the reason that's given in CO, in, Creation. It's just, like, not brought up in Canon of Vengeance. Like, you see her, and then suddenly the next time you see her, she's fallen, and you're like, what? Oh, okay. Alright, and, it's time for us to participate in a little bit of, light gaming.
Your turn. Go.
Perhaps even of the GOG variety.
Come. Let's go. Your turn. Go. Let's go. Come.
He's just gogging there menacingly.
Your turn. Go.
Look at Tao leveling up like she thinks she's relevant.
Yeah, after Abdel and Daza, we can now enter the Empyrean, and there's a couple mini bosses here. They're
They're
pretty
awful.
trivial.
I hate them. They're my least favorite fights in the game. They make me miss early Empyrean. Except not really, because I don't really like doing early Empyrean in this in dungeons.
Yeah, it's kinda annoying since they're pretty weak and trivial, but they're also strong enough that we actually do have to use the Gog Magog setup.
Yeah, that
properly,
kind of
so-
sucks. You have to do all of the setup for GOG Gaming just to kill them in like 2 turns, except for this first one, because at least they're weak to force, so you can Mazandine spam them to death.
Yes, it's Sraosha and Alilat that are the more annoying ones.
Yeah.
It just adds to the bloat of having to Gog Magog Gaming everything, because there's still like,
I'm an idiot.
after the mini bosses, there's still like three boss fights left, so there's a lot of gogging left to go.
Well, yeah, they do drain light. You gotta use Megiddo.
I meant to click Megiddo, and my brain just
Yeah.
clicked the wrong. Or I just clicked the wrong thing. That was very much intended to be Megiddo. They do make funny poses when they're near death, though. They look like they're doing like a not like this sort of pose. Or
This
yeah.
fight can actually be somewhat annoying, because if you don't kill them all in 1 turn, they just resummon themselves again. And so you can get kind of looped if you can't, if they start dodging and you end up not finishing them all off in 1 turn.
The essence of a sand dolphin that we will never use, unfortunately, because I actually really like that essence.
It's got really good resistances, we just don't need them.
Yeah. Rain, hello? That's funny. He got charmed, so he Makarkar and Cleo, and then he bounced a spell off of himself.
Nice. Frolic technically has a high charm rate, but pretty much every boss in this game has very high resistance to all ailments, but they're never fully immune, or at least very rarely immune. So you can sometimes randomly land charms on bosses.
Yeah, there's only a couple of bosses that null charm, with Nuva being one of them.
Oh yeah, that's another reason the Yakuwa Nua fight is really annoying, because you can't use Frolic.
Your turn.
Yeah.
Similarly with the Kadishtu fight as well, we can't Frolic. That's why we had to like throw Rakunda onto Hayataro.
Yeah,
MP
because
management.
I can't remember if they all null charm or if it's just Nama, but at least
I think it's just Nama, because Agrat can get charmed in the solo
right,
fight.
right. Agrit definitely. If she null charm, that would be really bad, because then the stat drain wouldn't work.
Yeah.
I can't remember if Lilith nulls charm. She probably doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Can't remember.
Not sure about Lilith. Yeah.
I want to say she might, but I could be wrong. But I have no idea for sure.
Yeah, I can re-explain the Gog Magog strat. So it's actually more of an Arahabaki strat than Gog Magog. So the way Arahabaki's innate works is anytime you summon a demon, whatever positive effects that Arahabaki has will be passed on to that demon. So that includes things like
I think
buffs,
it's any effects.
charge effects, Amoga-toki effects, shields, like basically everything. So the basic idea is to put a charge effect on Arahabaki. Like in this case, we're using Critical Aura, which guarantees an attack crits and gives it 100% accuracy. And then you summon Gog Magog, who receives that charge, that Critical Aura. You attack with it, unsummon him, and resummon him while you have Strategize active. Because what Strategize does is makes summoning, unsummoning, and summoning a completely free action. So, like you can do it as much as you want. So the idea is basically unsummon, resummon Gog to get crit aura, use it, unsummon, resummon Gog, repeat. So yeah, it's buff copying.
Yeah, and
It's very strong because what you're functionally doing is casting critical aura as a 0 press turn action.
yeah, and crit aura guarantees that we cannot miss, we always crit, and we also have Pandemonic Feast user active, which makes our rampage hit more times than it normally would. So it's just a lot of things coming together for maximum damage. The reason why we use Gogmagog is because of his innate, which turns weaknesses into more damage with him, and
He's kind of a bunch of things, yeah. Gog,
Yeah,
he's got good strength, good physical affinity. He's a good level. He's level 61, so...
That's the very important part. A lot of demons could take Gogmagog's place, but he's level 61, while we need to have level 62, so he's just perfect level for us as well.
So now we do actually need to change our setup, because Rampage is not really gonna work for the next boss, because it's a... the next boss is actually kind of interesting. It's a very unique fight. So basically, it has... So Tiamat has one central body that resists everything, and then 3 kind of dragon heads, or whatever, that each have their own kind of unique weaknesses. Every time you kill those dragon heads, the main body will immediately revive them. However, it takes its own HP in order to do so. So because the main body resists everything, attacking it directly is not a super effective strategy. But if you kill the heads, the body will use its own HP to revive them. So basically, instead of using Rampage, we're going to switch to Megaton Press, which is a full party physical attack. It's got low accuracy, but that doesn't matter because we're using Crit Aura. And so we're basically going to pummel the heads over and over again to drain the body's HP until it's low enough that we can just finish it off with a Hell Thrust, which pierces.
So the issue with using Ariok is, A, we're playing Canon of Vengeance, so we actually can't access Ariok unless we were to do the virtual battles, which is really slow. And then the other problem with Ariok is that Ariok requires a lot more setup in order to work, because you have to have a stock full of dead demons, which would require buying stock space and then killing off a bunch of low-level demons.
Yeah.
So that would be the issue with Ariok. Even though Ariok's ability is really good, that'd be the problem.
Yeah. He also has much lower innate physical affinity, so like Ariok really requires you to have a lot more battle sutras to make him good, because you want to get him to high affinity. I think he only starts with +2, which is really not good.
Alright, Tina.
He does have massive strength, though, which is pretty good.
Yeah, so we locked into Chaos here, so we have Yoko in our party.
Yeah, so this is the fight that Yoko actually forces herself into your party right before a major boss fight, which is really weird. Thankfully, you can just switch out, basically, for not quite for free, but basically for free.
Yeah, Tiamat is pretty tanky. It requires us to go through two Gogmagog gaming setups.
I think I'm just dead, actually. Look at that.
Oh yeah, sorry. Did I not remove that Mazandine from the notes?
You did not.
I did not. Yeah, don't do that Mazandine. I'm taking that out of the notes right now.
Okay, that's still there, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, we talked about that like months ago, that we were supposed to remove it because it's actually not necessary. It's just
I'm just gonna change it to pastimes too. Like, there's literally nothing Cleo can do there that's useful.
Yeah, the Mazandine is not required for the damage, so it's not necessary, but yeah.
A moment.
I didn't I didn't notice that before either.
I haven't done this run. I am gonna de-rust this run and do some runs of it, though. I've been hankering to do some of this. I also still have to get around to friggin' routing a super boss percent. We'll see if I actually do that.
Is that you?
I know.
Alright, well, at least I don't have to worry about this run being a PB now, so there's that.
What was your PB again?
My PB is 4:23:03.
Okay. Yeah, these fights take a long time, even though we are like right at the end of the
We
game,
have
but
3
these fights
bosses
take.
left, and they're gonna take like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Almost.
And they barely even get to move. They only get like one turn each, maybe.
Actually,
A couple
that
turns
might be a
each.
problem. Okay, no, we're good.
Yeah, hitting the charm on the main body can actually be a problem, but it just hits one of the heads, it's fine.
Yeah, this should be just under the estimate or about estimate, yeah.
Alright, and we don't have to do anything with Pandemonic since there's no multi-hits, as was mentioned before. Also, prepare to hear a lot of slurping noises from Tiamat draining the head, or the head's draining Tiamat's body.
Your turn. Go.
Yeah, it'll probably, provided I don't have any more dumb time losses, still be like 5 minutes underestimate, but yeah, it'll yeah, be about right on time.
Let's go. Your turn. Go.
Slurp, slurp, slurp.
Let's go.
Ah, that's still fine, probably.
I hate having to watch this on delay. I'm like in suspense about what happened. Ah, I see what happened now. Yeah, that should be fine. You should have more than enough damage to...
You definitely have spare damage in this fight, yeah.
Yeah.
At worst case, you just skip the evergreen you normally do and then leave and build some bar.
Right. I don't need to heal, so I guess I can pass or guard.
Does
All right, we
Cleo
will now
have
be deploying
debilitate
our
at this
Pixie.
point?
I think she can. I think she can handle this.
Yeah, Pixie will be fine.
Pixie's got this, I believe.
You can sub in actually any demon there. I just specifically wrote Pixie because I think it's funny to put her in the party.
Oh, it's very funny. Yeah, see, she was fine.
Yeah, this is a case where copying Tetrakarn with the Rahabaki's innate is really good because Tiamat's charge skill is a physical attack that actually reflects quite a bit of damage onto the main body.
The heads are like weirdly desynced from each other. I don't think it will matter, it's just kind of interesting. I don't know if I've seen that before.
Yeah, there's some weird damage range stuff that can happen sometimes.
Yeah, you usually finish this fight with like 2 extra press turns left, so it shouldn't really matter. Or 2 or 3, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you usually fit in an evergreen just to save yourself some time, but
Right.
If you need the extra damage, just take it. It doesn't look like you're going to.
Yeah, this Megaton Press should stop the head, or should drain enough from the heads. Yeah, we're good, so I can hit my Evergreen.
Is it faster to unsummon Pixie versus passing over? I doubt it is, because passing over is near instantaneous in this game.
Can you even, if you desummon him, doesn't the strategize wear off as well?
No.
No?
Pass over Pixie, not a Rahabaki. Or unsummon... Wait.
If you
I might be wrong about
if
that.
you unsummon Pixie, nothing would happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll play this cutscene
Young
because this run's not
if you
PBing
wish to
anyway, so we'll
live,
play the
take my
cutscene because it's
hand.
cool. So yeah, we killed Tiamat, but then she got better. But in the time it took for her to get better, Aogami's back.
My being
Oh, also
became
Tsukiyomi's dead now.
Magatsuhi. I was absorbed by Tiamat. When she fell by your hand and reformed, my essence escaped hers. I have reclaimed myself. But when we were bound together, I learned something. As a primordial goddess, she is nearly immortal. Yet her divinity is rooted within her identity as a dragon. If you seek to best a godly dragon, you'll need a godly dragon slayer. And so, my power is yours. Now let us rise, young man. This time we end it.
You know, sometimes Murakumo really do go burr. Even if it's only in a cutscene.
Using a skill you've never had and didn't even pick up the essence for.
And our strength is like at 60 at this point, so it do no damage.
It's, yeah. We also have +0 Almighty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mastama's like here, by the way. He's really upset that we decided to side with Yoko, so he like took control of Tiamat to try to kill us. Because apparently that's just something he can do. So now we're gonna kill Mastama, because heck him. But first, we have to fuse a very important demon.
That's right.
Behold the sheep.
The sheep is actually really good for this strategy for 2 reasons. Its innate skill is Helmsman, which makes whoever it goes after it gain a large accuracy boost. Because now we're not using critical aura anymore, so we won't have 100% accuracy, so that's actually quite meaningful. And secondly, he has 7 weaknesses, which is more weaknesses than anything else in the game. So Gog's innate gets powered up to the max easily.
Yeah, Helmsman is really good. Before, on the older version of the route, we didn't really utilize Helmsman, so we had some accuracy problems. But with Helmsman, it's a non-issue. You can still miss because you can't get 100% accuracy, but it's like 1 in 200 or something.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. And because now we're going to pivot into a charge plus Figment Slash strategy. So with Figment Slash, we don't need Crit Aura, because Figment Slash has a 100% crit rate on its own. It also has a really high base damage. So instead, we're going to take advantage of Charge, which is just a big damage boost. Shaggy and John are indeed on the microphones.
Alright, time to beat up yoga bands.
Yeah, this boss fight is really weird and kind of easy because he really doesn't respond well to repel shields at all.
Yeah, his entire gimmick is that every time you hit his weakness or crit him, he gains a half press turn, which sounds really scary considering we're, using a crit build. Except that he just bounces his turns off of Hama and then,
Yeah, like, it's really true. He pretty much only uses light and physical, and it's really easy to repel both of those things at this point in the game, and then you can just use taunt, and he just can't do anything.
Yeah, he's very unlikely to ignore taunt as well. Like, some bosses have higher chance of ignoring taunt. Like with Cleo and Lilith, it seems like it happens from time to time, but I've never seen Mastema ignore taunt.
Yeah, I have weird theories about taunt scaling with stats in some way, because I swear that earlier in the game, taunt is more likely to be ignored, but once you get late into the game, it just never happens.
It could be. Nuva has a tendency to ignore it sometimes as well. I don't know how the skill actually works in detail, but...
Yeah, we intentionally sort our party by maximum HP so that Gog, because he has really high base HP, ends up being our first demon in the stock order, and then also our first demon in the party lineup. So it makes swapping him in and out very, very quick.
Now, Mastema has a crap ton of unique and interesting skills that he just never uses.
Yeah, I don't know when, like, he has Great Lament, but I don't know if he ever even uses that in, like, a regular playthrough.
I'm sure in a casual playthrough, if you take this fight really slow, he'll use some of his moves, but...
Yeah, he like Untainted Wind, Great Lament.
Yeah, like, you see, he had like 9 press turns there or something like that, and he just loses all of them instantly by hitting a repel.
Yeah, some of the boss AI just kinda doesn't work sometimes very well.
And who am I character? Alright, right. Alright, and time for gaming round 2!
Let's go!
I doubt it's influenced by level disparity, at least straight up, because by this point we are lower level than anything we're fighting. And in the early game we are like approximately same level or only a tiny bit lower.
Let's go!
So I don't
think
possibly influenced by raw level. I don't know though.
Yeah, it could be raw level, or it could be maybe something to do with the stats, or yeah, I don't know. But I don't think level disparity is a factor. It could be something else to do with the level, but straight up level disparity doesn't seem likely.
Your turn, go!
Alright. Matt Sama is dead. Hell yeah! Shouts to sheep noises. Alright, time for the final boss.
So
I need to go heal first.
So Lucifer resists everything. He doesn't resist everything. I think he resists everything except for dark. We want to use Fizz on him, obviously. So we do have to get around that resist Fizz. So we'll use Impaler's Animus, which makes your next attack pierce and gives it a, I think it's like a 1.3 times boost in this game.
Yeah, it got nerfed from vanilla, but it's 1.3 still.
Heavily nerfed, yeah.
Just as a heads up, by the way, time will be on the last and on the final boss, and this fight is 3 turns long, so...
Yeah. So because Impaler's Animus is quite a bit weaker, this fight is actually a little bit harder than the other ones to get enough damage to kill him. He has a lot less health than Mastema, so we don't need 2 strategized turns. We can do it in just 1. Which is good, because he'd really quickly kill us if we couldn't. He's actually, unlike Mastema, he's actually dangerous and has stuff that pierces. So... Yeah, this is kind of the fight where we need to make sure our GOG is strong enough to handle.
Yeah, there's another version of this fight which has 3 phases, but we're luckily not fighting that one.
Yeah, that one would actually require some more setup to do properly, but you have to do the true neutral requirements to get that one, so you'd have to go beat Shiva and do a bunch of other side quests.
Yeah. Alright, time to get figgy with it. Oh yeah, he summons that orb. If he gets a turn with that orb out, he'll kill us, but this will be the last turn of the fight, so...
Unless you miss, in which case we are dead.
Yeah, and then we die, and then we try again.
Yeah, if you miss in this fight, you're just super dead.
But that's, again, like 1 in 200, so not super likely to happen.
Your turn, go!
Your turn, go! Is it ever not GOG's turn? Let's be real here.
Come! Your turn, go!
And time.
Jeez.
Yeah, GG.
It was a good run.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did it. Underestimate, let's go. 2 for 2. Crisis averted, right? But yeah, so that was SMT5 Vengeance. Hope y'all enjoyed. I'd like to take a moment to thank Shaggy and John for basically commentating this entire run, because I'm really bad at this run still, and hard to focus on commentary and do this run at the same time. So I'd like to thank both of them for that.
Absolutely, it was fun being here.
And shoutouts to the entire SMT RTA community for just being all around awesome. If this run looked interesting to you, or if you have any interest in running any other Shin Megami Tensei or Persona game, or adjacent games like Metaphor, Digital Devil Saga, then you should come check out the Discord. A lot of really cool people who are really awesome, willing to help out with learning runs or any questions you might have. And shoutouts to Zell and everyone else in charge of organizing this event. It's been a lot of fun running, and thank you for having me.